To the public hearing portion of our public agenda. We are convening at 7:01 p.m. And at this time, I'd like to confirm the agenda for the public hearing. I'm not thinking there would be any items added to that. No. We have no tabled reports, which brings us to item 4, land use items 4.1. Public hearing report bylaw 20-22. Yes.
You need to confirm the agenda, Your Worship.
Okay, sorry, I need a motion to confirm the agenda then for the public hearing. We have a motion from Councillor Bauer. All in favor? And I see the hands at home.
I move to approve the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And that passed with all 7 votes. Thank you. Cheers. This public hearing is held pursuant to the Municipal Government Act, RSA 2000, Chapter M-26, and amendments thereto. I hereby declare the public hearing relating to bylaw number 20-22 now open at 7:02 p.m. Can we have a motion? We just did that, didn't we? Just had that motion agenda confirmed. Thank you. All right. So now I'm calling on legislative services. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Bylaw 20-22 proposes to amend the current area structure plan with the addition of an 8-acre commercial site and neighborhood commercial property. The supporting of commercial land use policies, medium density housing throughout the residential portion of the plan, supporting outline submission requirements and generalized depiction of future collection roads, local roads, and access points. Bylaw 20-22 was published in the Strathmore Times on November 13th and 22nd and posted on the Strathmore Municipal website.
Thank you very much. The following rules of conduct will be followed during the public hearing. Presentations should be brief and to the point and shall be limited to 3 minutes in length. The order of presentation shall be the administration, those in favor of the bylaw, those opposed to the bylaw, any other person deemed to be affected by the bylaw. Council may ask questions of the speakers after each presentation for clarification purposes, and there will be no debating the bylaw. To date, 14 letters of support and none opposed have been received, and I guess I'll call forward the administration to present first. Good evening, Cameron.
Thank you, Mayor Fuel, members of council. I do have a brief presentation if council would like. If council's comfortable with the staff report, I can briefly talk about the amendment. The developer is proposing to add an 8-acre commercial site to the northwest portion of the plan area, and staff believe that this addition is a positive addition for Strathmore, the northwest portion, as well as the whole town. And yeah, we just recommend that council give the bylaw second and third reading. And Chuck and myself are here to answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Does council feel comfortable with having read the information in the agenda packages?
Okay.
Then we don't need the presentation. Thank you for that brief report, Cameron. Are there any people in favor of the bylaw who would wish to speak now? Or forever hold your peace? Oh, we might have had someone just arrive. To the audience at home, we're just waiting. Oh, we do have a person, someone who is here to speak in favor of the bylaw. So if you wouldn't mind coming forward to the podium and just introduce yourself. Thank you and welcome.
Good evening, council. My name is Scott Silva. I'm here in favor of the bylaw. Any questions, by all means, please feel free to ask.
Do any of the councillors have a question? Councillor Bauer?
Scott, I would just thank you, first of all, for coming today. And could you tell us why you're in favor of the bylaw? What specifically stands out for you that you think that the public should know and maybe your reasons why you took this development on in the first place and why you're so passionate about it?
Sure. I believe that Strathmore is really, as I like to call it, an untouched gem. There's so much potential here in Strathmore. Since I've come and been a part of the project, I've been really been able to embed myself into the community and really understand some of the requirements and demands that some of the residents, both in that community and in the town of Strathmore, that are asking for. And in doing that, the engineering and the development team were very diligent in creating and putting together this Northwest Commercial Hub. The hub is really designed to not only facilitate some of the needs that the community has, but also more the town. Within that, there's some key aspects within the design that are meant to specifically facilitate those needs. I believe it was even number 2 within the strategic plan of the town. And one of them being, I believe you guys will be talking about later, some of the aspects of the development. That being said, it's meant to be facilitate those needs, to provide everybody within that close proximity and also everybody within that area outside of that, the community of Lakewood. I'm a firm believer of Strathmore. I eat, breathe, and sleep Strathmore. I was out here today as I am most days. So absolutely love the town and the community.
Any other questions or comments from councillors to our representative? Seeing none. Thank you for your presentation and your comments. Is there anyone present who opposes the bylaw and who wishes to speak and be heard?
Is Neil here to speak for?
Neil, are you planning to come forward and speak? Sure, yeah.
Yes, I'm Mayor Fuel and members of council. My name is Neil Coulter. I'm with the Lakewood Development. I am in favor of this application. I just wanted to, first off say thank you to staff. They've done a great job working with us on this. Chuck and Cameron have been very, very, very good with their advice. I just want to talk a bit about the commercial site. We do have a lot of interest in it. I have a letter of interest signed by a developer for the 8-acre site already. We have numerous interest in it in individual parcels also. We have a gas station and convenience store that has shown interest. We have a financial company. We have a virtual office space, which I don't know what that is yet, but sounds very fitting for our time. We have a Better Workplace, which is a mobile company that deals with people working from home. We will have our offices there. We have a pharmacy that has shown interest. We have also a national chain for a home decor design center there also. And we have a recreational arena that we have a group interested in up in the northwest corner somewhere, putting a twin rink. So yeah, we have lots of interest there, and those have gone beyond just saying yes, we're interested. They're looking at costs, construction costs. They're fully involved. So I just wanted to let you know on that side. And I also wanted to thank the town council for the pedestrian bridge. We've had tremendous success with the pedestrian bridge, with hiring Scott as our marketing director, sales manager, and with things leaking out about this new commercial area. We sold 4 lots over the last 4 years out there to builders. We have 15 papered right now, and that's in the last 2 months. Yeah, so we're excited. We're going to have some applications coming in for development permits, building permits. So we're pretty excited about the project.
Great.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Neil. I have a question. One of the focuses of this council has been really to market Strathmore to other communities so that we can bring people here, rather than just having people move from Hillview or Cambridge or the other areas in Strathmore. We really want to attract new people. And I'm just wondering about these 15 papered lots that you have. Are they people that are from Strathmore, or are they from the outside the community? Scott's got his hand up.
I can let him talk about that.
Thank you, Council. Yes, so out of the 15, we have a total of, in actuality, we have a builder that came in from Calgary, number 1. That was one of the focuses to help bring in and draw that. We have a total of, I'm going to say there's 8 that are from out of town. The other 2 are local, and we have another 5 that are still pending, and they're also from out of town too. We've been very successful in having 3 relocations in the last 3 weeks alone. I've been helping to work with people to find rentals. That's been a big issue right now, is we cannot find rentals for these people while we're actually looking to start to build their home. For the most part, our strategic plan was to not only accommodate the people here in Strathmore, but also to bring in further residents from the Calgary marketplace, especially the eastern side, because we are so close to that. We are a great bedroom community for Calgary in that instance. So we've been very successful in that. And 15 is just the beginning. We've only done that in less than 2.5 months, so we're very excited to keep going. And again, as Neil mentioned, I echo that. Thank you to everybody here at the council, all the staff, administration, everyone's been just absolutely fantastic to work with.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comments from councillors? I just want to commend you on your work that you're doing at Lakewood. Obviously, you've had some really good success in the last several months. And the fact that you have no opposition to this is a good example. One quick question about the Twin Arena. Are we talking like a regulation type arena with seating, the whole works?
Yes, there's a gentleman here, Mark Lockhart, and I think a little later in tonight you're going to be talking about that. He's here to answer any questions on that. He's kind of spearheading that up, but yes, it'll be it's a Twin Arena. They're looking to try to attract maybe an AJHL team out to Strathmore. We know that there was some interest in that in the past. They've done their homework on what Strathmore needs from the Strathmore Minor Hockey Association. So he has all those kinds of information for that.
Thank you, Neil. That's very promising news. We don't have anyone in opposition of the bylaw, I don't think. Okay, thank you. Is there anyone present deemed to be affected by the bylaw who wishes to speak? I don't think so. Do the councillors have any further questions? Seeing none, I hereby declare this public hearing for bylaw number 20-22 closed at 7:13 p.m. and will accept a motion to adjourn it. Councillor Montgomery.
Thank you. I'll make that motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Montgomery. Montgomery. You've all heard the motion. All in favor? And the motion is carried. Thank you. And at this time, I would like to declare open the public hearing of council pertaining to bylaw number 20-24, which is to be held December 2nd, 2020 at 7:15 p.m. in council chambers. This public hearing is held pursuant to the Municipal Government Act RSA 2000, Chapter M-26 and amendments thereto. I hereby declare the public hearing relating to bylaw number 20-24 now open at 7:15 p.m. Can we have a motion to adopt the public hearing agenda? Councillor Cox, thank you very much. We have a motion from Councillor Cox. All in favor? And the motion is carried. Legislative Services.
Thank you, Your Worship. Bylaw 20-24 proposes to rezone the parcel of land located at 513 3rd Street from R3 High Density Residential to DC Direct Control. The purpose of this rezoning is to allow the current homeowner to apply for a legal secondary suite. Bylaw 20-24 was published in the Strathmore Times on November 13th and 22nd and posted on the Strathmore Municipal website.
Thank you very much. The following rules of conduct will be followed during the public hearing. Presentations should be brief and to the point and shall be limited to 3 minutes in length. The order of presentation shall be the administration. Those in favor of the bylaw, those opposed to the bylaw, any other person deemed to be affected by the bylaw. Council may ask questions of the speakers after each presentation for clarification purposes. There will be no debating the bylaw. And at this time to date, there are no letters of support and none opposed received by the town. Administration, we would welcome your comments. And welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor Peel, members of council. Again, as Ms. Hemrick has mentioned, this application proposes to rezone 513 3rd Street to allow a secondary suite. The site is currently R3 and secondary suites aren't a listed use in R3. So the planners here debated this application, and we feel that the addition of the secondary suite is appropriate here. It's a gentle increase. The homeowner can actually build an apartment building on the site already, so the addition of a secondary suite shouldn't impact the adjacent properties in any adverse way. Again, Chuck and myself are here to answer any planning questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for administration at this point? Is there anyone present who supports the bylaw who wishes to speak? Good evening and welcome. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
My name is Jeff Park. I am the homeowner, or going to be current homeowner on Friday for this property. And I am looking to rezone it for having a legal basement suite. And we've gone through, I've actually talked to a few of the neighboring houses just to see if like they had any questions or concerns. And they all said that it was, sounded like a good plan, and that they had seen the thing in the, well, they had gotten the letter and they had not said no to it, I guess. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the gentleman? No. Is there anyone present who opposes the bylaw who was, oh, do we have someone else who would like to speak in favor of the bylaw? You're okay? Is there anyone present who opposes the bylaw and wishes to speak? We have no one in opposition tonight. Is there anyone present deemed to be affected by the bylaw who wishes to speak? I don't think we have anyone again. Do the councillors have any further questions? Okay. No, thank you. We don't have any. So at this time, I hereby declare this public hearing for bylaw number 20-24 closed at 7:18 p.m. and will accept a motion to adjourn. We have a motion from Councillor Cox to adjourn at 7:18 p.m. All in favor? And the motion is carried. Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to call to order the public regular meeting of council for December 2nd, 2020, and it's convening at 7:18 p.m. At this time, I'd like to confirm the agenda. Are there any emergent items from any of the councillors to add to the agenda?
No, Your Worship.
None? Okay. Legislative services, or Jennifer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, we'd like to move item 12.5, bylaw 2022, and item 12.6, 2020, or bylaw 2024, to just after confirmation of the agenda here, so we can move it to 2.1, or sorry, 2.2 and 2.3 if possible.
Did we also want to move 12.4 earlier so that we can just even see if the face covering bylaw will come forward? Jennifer?
Your Worship, that would be a council decision.
Would council like to have that one come forward earlier and then we can gauge if there's support to reconsider the bylaw or not? Or do you want to leave it in its current location? Any ideas? Councillor Bauer?
Your Worship, I would not support bringing the face covering bylaw reconsideration up. My reason is that there are much more pressing issues here, and the face covering, the proposed face covering bylaw 2 weeks ago was voted down, and so I'm seeing that administration is adding this one on, but I don't think that, I think that if we only have until 10:30 to cover this information, that we should cover the imminent items first.
Councillor Sobel? I think you're muted, Councillor Sobel.
I am. I'm no longer muted. I was just saying that with all due respect to Councillor Bauer, I don't see one item on this agenda that's more important than the face mask bylaw, which we don't even know if we can speak to yet. It would require 2/3 of council to bring it up back on the table. And I'd certainly support moving it forward to see if that's going to happen.
Thank you for that. If I could clarify, I didn't mean to imply that the bylaw would be discussed and voted on or anything. It would just be to bring that item earlier in the agenda, just to see if there's even support to reconsider the bylaw. And then if there was support to reconsider the bylaw, then the discussion would occur earlier in the meeting. Are there any other comments from councillors? Councillor Montgomery.
Just for clarification, like I was under the impression, based on comments from Mr. Legore, that this is a new bylaw and not really reconsideration of a bylaw.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is a new bylaw, but it's reconsidering because it is the same topic,
Okay.
so.
And so like, just for clarification, we would still have to do like 3 readings and whatnot.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay.
Jennifer, if I could ask for clarification, if we're doing this motion to confirm the agenda and we've moved up 2 items, if it's approved, do you vote on this face covering one to see if it's going to be even considered, or do you just move it, you just see if people will accept the fact that it's moved up as an item to be decided at that point? Am I making myself clear?
I hope so. Let me try and answer that.
Okay.
So, if you move that item up, your worship, I mean, council can do whatever they wish with that item. No, there can be a motion made to reconsider. There doesn't have to be a motion made to reconsider.
Right.
So you would decide that at that time. You could always deal with the bylaw itself later on in the agenda, or you could deal with it at that same time.
I guess what I'm saying is, how would we determine if there's too many on council who don't want it moved up as an item to be discussed? Do you vote on that as a separate issue then? Am I still not making
Your worship,
myself-
if you're making an amendment to the agenda, you could divide it into 2 separate motions if you wanted, or you could do all the amendments to the agenda in one.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, if we lumped it in with 20-22 and 20-24, and enough people were not in favor of moving up the face covering bylaw, you would defeat the other ones moving up as well by lumping them together.
Correct.
So is it more palatable to council to have it treated as a separate item? Okay. Okay. Any other items from council that need to be added? Councillor Sobel?
Not to add necessarily, but I do have 2 items under 14, your worship.
Okay, so Councillor Sobel, you have 1 item under 14. I believe Council 2? Okay, so that'll be 14.1, 14.2. Councillor Peterson? I think you're muted too, Councillor.
I do have an item under 14, council statement, your worship.
Okay, thank you. So then we're treating them as separate issues, so this is confusing to me. I'm going to be serious. I'm going to be straight.
So, your worship, you can make 2 motions if you wish to split it out. 1 motion to adopt the agenda with the amendment to move item 12.5 and 12.6 to item 2.1, or sorry, 2.2 and 2.3. And then you would vote on that. And then you can make another motion to move item 12.4 to item 2.4 if you wish.
All right, thank you. So if everybody understands that better than me, could someone provide a motion for those 2 items, and then we'll do a motion for item 12.4.
I can do it, your worship.
Councillor Cox?
Thank you, your worship. I move that we accept the agenda as presented with the amendments of 12.5 to 2.2 and 12.6 to 2.3, as well as adding questions between councillors 14.1, 14.2, and 14.3.
Thank you. Thank you. You've all heard the motion, all in,
Was that right? Because there's not a 2.1 then. You said 2.2
she-
and 2.3.
Oh, I thought you said 2.2. Oh,
Oh, okay. Perfect. I understand. Thank you, your worship.
okay, so we have a motion on the floor, all in favor? And the motion is carried. And now for the 3rd agenda item, which is to see if we are going to move the face covering bylaw reconsideration earlier into the agenda. So do I have a motion for that?
I so move, your worship.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to move item 12.4 to what number, Jennifer?
2.4.
2.4. And is there any discussion on that motion? Is there discussion on the motion, Councillor Cox? Oh, your light's on.
Oh, sorry.
Any discussion on the motion, Councillor Montgomery?
Yeah, I just want to say, like, I personally support moving it forward because I felt that last time it wasn't good the way that it was kind of cut short last time. I think it's important that we have a full discussion about this. I think it's a fairly serious issue, and what? You can't hear me? Well, and last time, like, I found that you could hear on the YouTube video. It's just it doesn't reach that very well over there, so that's why they couldn't hear last time. Yeah. So as I was saying, I think it's important to have a full, uninterrupted discussion about this, and so I would support moving it forward.
Thank you for that, Councillor Montgomery. Councillor Cox?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do understand where you're coming from, Councillor Sobel and Councillor Montgomery, but I do wish to make sure that we get through the 3 bylaws that are on there because they are important, and we do have staff here that are being paid to wait. So I do acknowledge your consideration. I just hope that we can get through everything that's on the agenda, and that's my reasoning for not moving it up.
Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Worship. I would just like clarification from administration. Last 2 weeks ago, when we discussed the face covering bylaw, it felt very rushed at the end because we were in the middle of a motion, but we were also coming to the end of the evening, which according to our policy is 10:30. What are the what is within our power to go a little bit later if the need should arise? How would we go about furthering that discussion past that 10:30 mark?
Your Worship, Council does have the ability to suspend the provisions within the procedure bylaw. It has to be done by a certain vote. I'm thinking 2/3, but I need to verify that. So you can suspend the regulations within your procedure bylaw, and then you could move the meeting forward if you wish.
And in addition to that, can you please just tell us when our next regular council meeting will be, if these items on this agenda are not covered tonight?
Your Worship, it will be January 20th.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could follow up on Councillor Bowers, are there any of those items that are in jeopardy as far as time constraints or time sensitive? Mr. Legore?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there are some there. Certainly 12.1, 12.2, and 12.3 are all very important. They are quick items. They should be quick items.
Okay. So we do have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? One of the things we can also do, which we did the last time, although Councillor Bauer fell into that where we were at about 10:27 when you were the last person that had a second chance to speak. And you had to call the question. So we can limit the discussion to two chances to speak on each for each councillor. And that's typically what we do, we should do, but we've been pretty relaxed as far as that goes. So we could limit the discussion according to our procedures and go with 2 opportunities to speak for each councillor. I know it affected you because we did run out of time at 10:30. So that's the problem with leaving it to the end too, is you may not get a chance to all speak on the mask bylaw.
Oh, Your Worship. Mm-hmm. I thought Jennifer just said we can change it, so we can go till 11 o'clock if we choose to.
Your Worship, yes, you can change you need a 2/3 vote in order to suspend the rules of the procedure bylaw.
Okay, are there any other comments or discussions on the motion to move the bylaw reconsideration earlier in our public agenda tonight. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. 2, and Melanie, Councillor Corbeil, sorry, what? You were in favor? Sorry, okay, thank you. So we have 5 in favor and 2 opposed. So item 12.4 is going to be moved to 2.4.
No.
And are there any other changes or amendments to the agenda? Then seeing none, we've called that, that's been approved. Sorry, my mistake there. We have no in-camera items, we have no presentations or recognitions, and that brings us to item 5, delegations, 5.1, Strathmore Handy Bus.
Your worship, we have item 2.2.
Oh, sorry, I got excited about moving along. So we have 2.1, bylaw, land use amendment bylaw, Lakewoods area structure plan bylaw 20-22. Is Cameron speaking on that again?
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor Field, members of council. I think I've said everything I need to say. It's the main addition here is the 8-acre commercial site. Staff believe this is a positive addition for Lakewood and the surrounding neighborhoods due to the, I guess, lack of commercial amenity in the area. We think this amendment will further define Lakewood as a complete community. And for those reasons, staff recommend council give bylaw 20-22 second and third reading. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cameron. Councillor Peterson?
Your worship, I would move that council give second bylaw 20-22, being a bylaw to amend the Lakewood Meadows area structure plan.
Thank you very much. We have a motion for second reading, and I guess at this point on second motion, we can have discussion. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor for that motion? And that motion is carried. Councillor Cox.
Your worship, I move that council give third reading to bylaw 20-22, being the bylaw to amend the Lakewood Meadows area structure plan.
Thank you very much for that motion. You've all heard the motion. All in favor? And the motion is carried. We're good. Next item is item 2.3, land use bylaw, land use bylaw amendment 513 3rd Street. Cameron, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
I have been rattled, obviously.
Thank you, Mayor Field, members of council. I think, again, I've said everything we need to say for this one. It's a simple rezoning downtown to rezone 513 3rd Street to allow a secondary suite as a permitted use. Staff believe that this gentle increase in density will be a positive addition for downtown Strathmore. As previously mentioned, the applicant can build an apartment building on the site right now. So staff don't believe the addition of the suite will adversely affect adjacent lands. So with that, staff recommend council give bylaw 20-24 second and third reading. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cameron. Councillor Bauer.
Oh, Councillor Sobel had his hand.
Councillor Sobel, sorry.
Doesn't matter. I move that council give second reading to bylaw number 20-24, being a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw.
Thank you. Now that we have a motion for second reading, is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, worship. I move that council give third reading to bylaw 20-24, being a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw.
Thank you very much. You've all heard the motion. All in favor? And the motion is carried. Thank you very much, everybody. And that brings us to, face covering bylaw reconsideration, which is found on page 104.
If I might, could we actually have maybe the delegation from the handy bus go before this bylaw?
Sure.
Here.
We can't, can we change him?
need to make a motion.
Okay, well, I will move that we rearrange the agenda to allow the handy bus designation to go now.
To come before the face mask bylaw? Okay, thank you. Did everyone hear that?
No, we did not hear that.
Okay. Councilor Montgomery made a motion to allow the Strathmore Handy Bus Group to be a delegation just before the face covering bylaw that we've moved up.
Perfect.
Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that motion is carried, so we have the Strathmore Handy Bus delegation tonight. Good evening, and if you wouldn't mind coming to the podium and introduce yourself, we are ready to hear your presentation.
My name is Wayne Herdman. I'm the treasurer of the Handy Bus, Strathmore Handy Bus Association. So I'm just, this PowerPoint, I presume, this comes up on the.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, just play.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Do you want me just to do it?
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to just give you a little history of the Handy Bus Association, and then we'll go through our financial problems and what we would like to do. How to get to the next slide here. So our mandate is to provide accessible transportation for senior citizens, temporarily or permanently disabled of all ages, both mental and physical. So we are to acquire vehicles, take an active interest in the well-being of the community, and affiliate with other agencies. Oh, I just, oh.
See, and then it'll go. And you just hit it in.
Just the history. The handy bus was started in 1986. The Legion donated a wheelchair, and a group was set up and was registered under the Alberta Societies Act, Strathmore Handy Bus Association. In 2003, the town and the county and the Handy Bus Society raised up enough funds to build a garage for our vehicles. At that time, there was a board established. It was comprised mainly of appointed people from the Strathmore Legion, Strathmore District Health Services, some seniors at large, the town of Strathmore, the Wheatland County, Legion Number 10, Auxiliary, Happy Gang, and Wheaton Lodge. So basically, the operation run not great. It was run by volunteers. Basically, the drivers were volunteers, all the people in it, and everything. But they had run into financial difficulties. So in 2008, the town enters into a memorandum of understanding with the Handy Bus Association. And basically, what that memorandum said was that the town would provide $175,000 a year to go towards salaries for the handy bus. And that the town would take over the operation and direction of the bus service. So in that, for a number of years, from 2008, it worked fairly well, and the Handy Bus Association prospered, along with, we received quite a few very generous donations in this period. And so we were in fairly good financial state. However, in 2018, things sort of turned around. The wages had increased over 25% in a year. And 2019, it was another 7%. So the costs were going up, and we didn't see the volume of donations that we had previously. So it then became into a financial problem. It notes here that the AGLC questioned our operations and things, and that is not really, that's a problem with our society. The Handy Bus Society has to address. That's not an issue that the town has, but it's just, I should point out at this point that if we don't make changes in our Handy Bus Society, that we may not have access to AGLC funding. So that. So just a little bit on stats. In 2011, the Handy Bus did 2,487 trips. Of those, 1,076 were local medic trips, 849 were non-local, and non-medical trips totaled 562. So if we go down to 2019, we had a great, quite a 47% increase, I think, and our total trips was 5,626. So there's been a projection, if we go on at this rate, that by 2023, total trips will be projected to be 8,440. I don't know whether they'll increase at the same rate or whether they'll flatten off or not, but it's something we have to consider. If we're going to have a lot more trips, we have to make it, financially feasible. Now, wages is our biggest expense right now, and this, as we try to consider what we can do, to get rid of the red ink. It shows here, like between 2013, the wages averaged about $200 210,000, and it kept increasing. So in 2019, our wages was $318,930. And in 2020, the forecast was slight increase, 324,000. So in 2019, we encountered a $75,885 deficit in our income. So this one, we started really getting concerned. And then the budget came out. The budget's done by the town's accounting people. It was forecasting a loss of 92,800. So then it increased our concern. However, with the reduction of service due to COVID, there was a reduction in costs somewhat. So we're now forecasting a loss of 53,000 this year. That's based on the last accounting we have, which was for October. So, and we extrapolated for the extra two months. So, now at this point, we tried to look and see what we can do. We're trying to realize how we can cut our costs, and the wages is the main thing. So what we looked at is if the association took over control of the operations and everything, we could probably streamline our wages and everything. So with that in mind, we come up with a budget for 2021. Now, 2021 is difficult because we're still going to be under COVID restrictions. So we assumed that somewhere around July, the restrictions would be lifted somewhat and everything. So with that in mind, and with the changes in the operation, we're forecasting a loss of $14,500. In 2022, we're forecasting a loss of $3,800. Now, keep in mind that these forecasts were done considering that the town was still going to support us at the tune of $175,000 a year. So, and that the Wheatland County would support us at $35,000 a year. So if there's any changes in that, it becomes very difficult for us. The handy bus operation depends on donations, whether it's support from the town or Wheatland County or other people. We're very hugely dependent on it. If we lose any of the donations we're getting, it puts us in a critical state, and and I'm not sure where we go from there. Some things we can do to try and make it better is we can try and find efficiencies to deliver our service more effectively. Part of this contingents on, if we don't have full access to all the data, on from the dispatch data and everything. If we could look at this better, maybe we can find better, efficient ways of delivering the services. Another thing we thought of is, we have to build a membership base for two things. That wouldn't bring in a lot of money, but they would bring in volunteers to help on the board and everything. We need more emphasis on local fundraising. Now, we have yearly gone out to try and get funding, mostly from local businesses and things. Provincial and federal grants, provincial anyways, with that, we've more or less accessed all we can on the provincial grants. So I'm not sure we can do any of that. Enhanced services, may be a possibility. A lot of things like that. We might, part of the problem, though, our pricing for the clients that we have and everything. What we charge them, we try to cover our direct costs for operating the van, and it doesn't cover anything for overhead, support staff, or anything else. So we still rely on funding for that. And we hesitate to increase the rates. We did increase our clients' rates last year, last year. We could increase it enough, but if we increase another 20%, that'll bring in another $20,000. So, it's not. That's not the real answer. It just can help a little. So what would we like from the town at this point is to continue to support us, at the tune of $175,000, which I would say the town may want to look at that every year to see how we're doing, whether we're performing better or not, or whether it's still required. But at this point, we desperately need the town to commit to this. So, the question of the garage is kind of a question too. We're not sure what is going to happen with the garage. We understand the property has been listed for sale. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's so. This is another issue we have. On the bright side, the Handy Bus Association has built up an amount of funds, so we could probably survive for a year or two running at deficits. And we've also restricted funds, $100,000 towards, I don't know, purchasing a new garage. I don't know, $100,000 is not going to go very far, but what I'm trying to say is, in the immediate future, if these deficits continue, we're looking at maybe 2 years operation, and then I don't know what. I really don't know what. So, anyways, is there any questions?
Thank you for your presentation, and I guess this time we'll take questions from councillors. I have Councillor Cox and then Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure if you can answer this or if I need to turn to administration, so I'm just going to ask the question. What do we have in our budget for 2021?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have $175,000 in the budget for 2021.
And then I can go back to you if you know, or administration can answer as well. When we need to enter into a memorandum of understanding with you from this day forward? Is that what you're looking for? Because we've basically quit the last one, correct?
Well,
You've terminated the last memorandum, or no?
Well,
I'm just trying to see if we're going forward with a memorandum of understanding, you want some stability. So you're looking for a new memorandum of understanding for a possible 5-year term?
Well, that would, yes, we were, I
Okay.
think we suggested them here, 3 years, but 5 years would, any more stability we can get. Great.
Okay. And so you're looking for just 175,000 for the next 5 years, if that's what you're saying, or are you anticipating an increase that you would be coming back to us? I mean, it's been 175 for how many years?
Since 2008.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much, Mr. Herdman, for your presentation, and thank you for your service and the service of all the people who volunteered on the Handy Bus Association since its inception. I'm very, very appreciative. I've had a few questions. The first one is, do you have access now to ALGC funding?
We do. They've expressed some concerns about the way things are going. However, I believe they're still going to allow us to access it. They've slotted us in for a casino on the first quarter of 2023. However, now that casinos have been shut down, I'm not sure where that stands, but it just gives an indication that they still wish to support it.
And so when that shows up on your draft budget, is that under provincial grant revenue then?
Could you repeat that, please?
So I was just looking at the budget submissions and just wondering where the ALGC money shows up on the.
Well, it doesn't really show up because it won't be till 2023.
And you have to spend the money that you got the last time. I understand that.
Yeah.
So my next question is, I was just wondering what your, if you have an accumulated surplus and if you have, what the amount of that is currently.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand all that.
If you have an accumulated surplus?
We do have an accumulated surplus. Which, gives us a good fallback if, something like COVID happens. But we have a substantial surplus right now, and we get it produces about $10,000 a year in interest, which helps us.
I put that on your budget, yeah. Thank you. Do you have an amount? Can you give us an amount of what that accumulated is?
About $400,000.
And then you have the $100,000 in restricted.
I believe that's included, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And the next question is, when you talked in your, I saw at the end of your budget statement that your budget statement was dependent on the $175,000 from Strathmore and the $35,000 from the county, but it had been previously reported to us. Actually, you didn't say that it was dependent on the county money, but you did say that in your report. But it was reported to us at a previous meeting that the county had reduced their funding to $10,000, and I was told by a county councillor that they weren't sure that the handy bus needed the money. So I think that's something that you want to dispel.
You're referring to the Wheatland County?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. We have reason to believe that they will reconsider their position, and soon we propose to talk to them in the near future.
That's good news. Very good news. My next question: the cost right now, or the proposed cost, is $30.20 per trip. Is that round trip to Calgary? Is that what that reference is?
No, I think that's, an average over all trips, in town, out of town. Basically, our cost for in town. I'm just trying to recall the figures. Depends on how many trips we can take, but we're looking at least 18,000, or not 18,000, $18 per trip, round trip in town, and about $44 per trip out of town, one way.
Thank you. And I have another question. I think it's just because people will be
Had a lot of a high amount of donations. There's a lot of they were basically from the states and things like this, and people have bequeathed money to the Handicraft Association. And so at that point, we actually thrived quite well and then accumulated a large surplus. Of course, it's been growing ever since then. We've been retaining the interest until the last couple of years, and we realized, well, we need the money. But, so it has grown, but by about 2018, then the cost sort of overtook, any funding we brought in. So then it became, suddenly became crucial, and costs were going way up, our funding was going down. So we got in a dire strait.
So that's a good position to be in, though. At what point did you look at the level of service that you were giving to the community and decide to drop the cost for the user so that you could use up some of that surplus fund? Because it looks to me like the cost is just going up and up.
It is. So, well, we're at the point now where we have to start using those funds. We did use them, for example, for buying new vans, we had to take $60,000 out. We bought 2 new vans. So that's been our fallback position, is that we have these funds, so that if we do have a shortfall like 75,000, 52,000, we'll have to cover with the reserve.
Are you doing the same presentation to Wheatland County?
Yes.
All right. And then my last question is, what do similar towns who have handy bus service currently receive from their town or city? So how does the per capita amount from Strathmore compare to other towns and cities?
Is the population of Strathmore about 18,000?
13.5 or 14, depending on who you talk to. Alberta Health has it at 18.5, but we're going to request more money from them if that's the case.
I believe the town has been generous that they, per capita, they get more.
More than other cities? By what percent do you think?
Have to some
I'd be interested in knowing if you could please forward that information to our administration and just get an answer to my question. Just similar sized towns, Spruce Grove, High River, Okotoks, just Chestermere if they have one, just like towns.
We have some information. I can forward that to you.
That would be great. Thank you very much. I don't want to catch you unprepared, but thank you very much for answering my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Bauer. Any other questions from councillors? Councillor Corbeil?
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually kind of have a procedural one anyways. I know that they're asking for a few years for a commitment for the town, but with an election next year, how does that work? I don't really want to tie hands of future councils is my issue.
Mr. Legore,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we will be bringing the report to council in January in relation to the agreement and the funding that we provide based on them changing their method of service effective February 1st. And
Thank you.
we'll advise council at that time.
Thank you, Councillor Corville. I just have one question myself, and that is, obviously your staffing costs are so high, have been quite high for your group. Do you have strategies in mind as far as how you can reduce those staffing costs, for example, drivers and things?
Well, it's mainly the overhead staff that's mainly concerned. The driver's cost is basically built into our direct cost of the vans. So the more they use them, the more people we have, the driver's costs go up, and we hope to recover that with additional fees. So basically, what we've done is we're planning on having a manager to run it, but the manager, we see him as, at least at the start, is that he will have to devote some of his time to dispatching, some of his time, possibly even to driving on emergency calls and things. So this helps. Part of the problem with the drivers and the way I tried to finance them anyways is like basically a trip in town here is like a 15-minute drive. You know, by the time the driver picks up the client, delivers them to the hospital or wherever he needs to go is roughly 15 minutes. But if we don't have a trip every 15 minutes, then that driver just sits there, and it's an added cost. So this is one way we try to realize a savings is figuring out a way to keep the driver so he's busy, so we're not carrying a higher one. So in view of that, we hope that the manager would be able to fill in on individual drives, and we also want to hire a dispatcher, which we suspect the dispatcher would be able to cover, again, 50% of the trips in town. In this way, with the manager's help to take over dispatching when the dispatcher's gone, but then we will relay. We kind of save costs. We don't have to bring in a casual driver and pay him a minimum of 3 hours when we only have one trip or maybe even two. So this is another way we hope to save money.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Are there any other questions from councillors? Thank you very much for your report and presenting to us, and we wish you the best in the future with your association. Do we need a motion to accept his information at all in a presentation like this? No? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Wayne.
We have no, sorry, that brings us to item 2.4, face covering bylaw reconsideration. So Jennifer, do you need to give us any kind of advice as far as a procedural approach to this?
Your Worship, administration has placed this item on the agenda as there's been some discussion throughout the community in regard to this matter. It's on the agenda for council to consider if they choose. If not, we'll just move on to the next agenda item. But I do believe that the CEO has a couple comments.
Thank you. Mr. Legore?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, since COVID started and we continually get updates from AHS and Dr. Hinshaw as the Chief Medical Officer of Health, there's always confusion about the Calgary zone. And there's some communities around Calgary that are included in the zone, and there's some that are not. For instance, we are not part of it, whereas you go to High River, they are part of the Calgary zone. And we think to bring clarity to this, and we've done some research and talked to our liaison with Alberta Health Services on this, that if we got a motion of council to write a letter to Dr. Hinshaw to have Strathmore included in the Calgary Regional Zone, it would bring clarity to the situation. And I have a motion prepared that council could consider if they wanted. Now, in doing that, that means you may not need to do a face covering bylaw because you'd be covered under the regulations for the Calgary zone. However, in saying that, it'll take some time to get that transition made to get Strathmore included in the Calgary zone. So you may want to pass a face covering bylaw until such time as we're included in the Calgary zone, and then you can rescind the bylaw or we just don't enact it.
So do you see this suggestion as far as requesting that the town of Strathmore be included in the Calgary area? Do you see that it could be a separate item to the Strathmore face mask bylaw reconsideration?
Yes, I do see it as a separate item, although there is some interconnection between the two items.
Okay. If I could turn to council, how would council feel about a letter directed to Dr. Hinshaw requesting that we be included in the Calgary area? Are there comments, Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Worship. I very much support going in that direction. I think that's a really solid choice, because even myself, I have gone to different Alberta Health websites and we are considered enhanced on one and not on another. So even within the Alberta Health Services, the message needs to be that Strathmore is either one or the other. And I don't know why we were not included in this last enhanced measures. Because our numbers, from what I understand, per capita, are very close to High River, if not even a little bit more, as I believe Councillor Montgomery has even done a spreadsheet to show all of the surrounding areas. And the only thing I'm thinking, though, with respect to your saying that this will take time, even discussing the mask bylaw tonight is going to take time, because if we go through first reading, even get to second reading, even if we are able to include additional amendments, I believe Ms. Sawatsky said that we're not meeting until January. So, pardon me? January 20th of 2021. So I would like to see whichever comes first almost. You know, whether or not we're going to meet in January and then have third reading and pass a possible proposed bylaw, or get the word from Alberta Health. Either way, if the public and the community know that we are doing something, I think that will put them in a better position than where a lot of people are asking questions right now. Thank you.
I guess just before I turn to you, I guess my worry would be if we're not able to pass a mask bylaw tonight that is suitable or that is suitable to everyone on council, we're going to leave our community with less protection as far as their health is concerned. That is, if you believe in masks, I guess. So I would just be worried about that as far as the delay if we can't pass something tonight. Mr. Legore, did you have another comment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's no reason, subject to council's concurrence, why you couldn't give third reading to a mask bylaw tonight. As I stated, subject to concurrence. You people have to agree on what the bylaw is going to look like. But it does not have to wait to January 20th to get third reading. If you can agree on a bylaw draft tonight, there's nothing to prevent you from giving it 3 readings.
And we may find that we're not that far apart on some of the amendments that have been brought forward to us to consider tonight.
And even some of the questions that have been raised, I think we can, when we add clarity to it, you'll understand it. But my recommendation to you is that you do both, that you deal with this motion as well as dealing with the face covering bylaw as well tonight.
May I just add one more? So, do I still have the floor? Sure. May I please ask administration, for this particular bylaw, do we need unanimous consent?
Your worship, in order to pass it tonight, you do need unanimous consent.
Then we'll probably have to be here till 12. I just don't know if we're going to get that. So that is my biggest worry, the fact that if we try and pass this today, that if we need to get unanimous consent, it's going to be very difficult to get.
And if we don't, we leave our community with less protection between now and January 20th, which is not good, especially in this health crisis we're in. Councillor Peterson.
Your worship, it is hard to hear a bit, so I just want a clarification from Councillor Bauer, and that is, did I hear her say that she was in favor of us adopting the Calgary bylaw, or would be in favor of us having the same bylaw as Calgary? I wasn't sure that.
No, I don't want to speak for her, so I'll let her answer, but I don't think you heard that correctly.
If I may, please, your worship, just speak to Councillor Peterson. I'm in favor of what I believe Mr. Legore is proposing, and that is a possible motion to our chief medical officers so that we be included in the Calgary region. If that was to go ahead, then because of the enhanced services that Alberta Health has made for the Calgary region, which do now include mask wearing in all outdoor or all indoor settings that are in businesses, then yes, we would be automatically included in that as long as we maintain our enhanced level of service. Is that correct?
That's what I understood. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. And we also have the chief here to speak further to this if we need clarification from him on anything.
Okay, so I'm just going to float this out there. Why don't we address the proposed motion for a letter to Dr. Hinshaw? Is anyone prepared to make a motion and put that on the floor? Do you folks have it at your home locations? No. No? Mr. Legore?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the motion is that council direct administration to prepare a letter for the mayor's signature to Dr. Dina Hinshaw, requesting that the town of Strathmore be included in the Calgary zone as it pertains to the Chief Medical Officer of Health orders.
Were you folks able to hear that at home?
Yep.
Okay, so is anyone prepared to make that motion? We can discuss it and then either approve or decline it.
I'm prepared to make the motion, your worship.
Councillor Sobel?
Yes, I will make that motion.
Okay, sorry, I forgot you didn't have it at your home man cave.
Exactly as Mr. Legore said.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have that motion on the floor. Is there discussion on that motion? Mr. Montgomery?
Thank you, Mr. Fuel. So I support the idea of asking the province for an explanation on why we were not included in that zone. I don't think there's any point in duplicating our intentions or efforts. So if we are to pass a bylaw, I don't believe it'd be necessary or worthwhile to follow that up with a letter and then to rescind our bylaw. So I would rather wait to find out from the province why we have not been included in the zone, and then to I guess move from there. I guess. Thank you.
You could word this motion to say that should we be included in the Calgary zone, it would negate the bylaw. Let's go to Mr. Legore, and I can maybe turn to Trent as well, our Dem.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to ask the Dem to speak to this as to why we were not included. We can answer that question for you.
Something that's happening with Alberta Health. So I've been in touch with a couple different areas of Alberta Health to try and get an explanation as to why. I've reviewed all of the mapping from Alberta, from the Edmonton. Here's the expectations, and then to see on our webpage that our expectations are different, that's to the confusion.
So what would your thoughts be on this kind of a letter going And then us also potentially discussing our own town mask bylaw.
So I too encourage the letter to Dr. Hinshaw, because there are other communities that are not identified. When you look at the Edmonton zone, every single municipality in the Edmonton zone, even ones that are over an hour away from the city of Edmonton, are identified in the order. When you look at the Calgary zone, health zone, it's a small zone right in the middle of the map, and there's a whole bunch outside of there, a bunch of communities that are excluded. So it's not even the Calgary health zone, it's a region inside of the Calgary health zone. There was some strategy around creating the zones. Part of it was that's where people move in and out of. And so that's where patients are transferred to and from. And so that to me was inconsistent in how they made those decisions around their order. So to be consistent and to have the order apply, we need to be part of that.
Okay, thank you. I think I have
I'm not sure.
Councillor Bauer and then Councillor Cox.
One of the main criticisms that I have publicly spoke about is the inability for this provincial government to make a decision for the health and safety of its constituents. And they have made this a political issue, unfortunately. And what I see as being downloaded to the municipalities as such a problem, one that, you know, I've experienced more things in the last 2 weeks than I ever hoped for my greatest enemy. I think this is a step in the right direction because people see us as being part of Calgary. There are members that are traveling to and from Calgary. There is community transmission. You can see very clearly from those maps that that you showed us that there are holes. And if we can help the Alberta government see something that can help us, let's do it. And because this is ultimately about our community. And I think this is a step in the right direction. I completely support it. It leads us away from debating whether or not masks work or don't work. It's about the province, and it's about putting the onus back on the Alberta government and doing what's right for the people of Alberta and taking us out of the equation, because what this has essentially done is pitted people against people. Neighbor against neighbor, friend against friend, family member against family member. And that has to end. So I see this as being a step towards ending that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bauer. Councillor Cox.
I'm going to take this in a whole different direction. Very concerning to me if we go and mess with Alberta Health Services and the mapping. How does that affect Wheatland housing and us trying to get a new lodge? Because if we group ourselves for one factor, are we grouped in for another factor? And if we are, then I am 100% against this letter.
The only thing I would offer is that it talks at the end of that motion that it's requesting that be included in the Calgary zone as it pertains to the Chief Medical Officer of Health orders. So it separates from anything else, I'm thinking. But Mr. Legore?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this will have no impact on anything to do with Wheatland Housing Management Body.
You're 100% sure?
I'd almost bet my life on it. Because,
Well, I don't want you to bet your life on it. I definitely do not want you to bet your life on it. But I just remember sitting in Edmonton in chambers talking and looking at maps in Alberta Health Services offices and the maps. And so that's where my mind is going is if we change our map and we become part of Calgary, does that affect us in other sectors?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it does not. This is strictly to do with the CMOH's orders in relation to COVID. It has nothing to do with seniors housing or the allocation of housing spaces within different zones. And if you look at what they have done with the request for proposals for housing for seniors across Alberta, it's not connected with zones. It is specific communities that are named as priorities.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Montgomery?
Thank you, Worship. So another concern that I have with regards to being grouped in or lumped in is that it doesn't really speak to the conditions in our community necessarily. And a concern that I have is should the province decide that, things are getting a bit too, serious in, say, Calgary or some other community that's in that zone, they might decide to shut down certain businesses or to curtail certain economic activity that might not even, really speak to the situation in Strathmore. And so I actually like the fact that we're not grouped in because it gives us the ability to, to kind of adapt to things as they're happening here and to not necessarily be, influenced by something that's happening in another community nearby. And my fear basically is that by being lumped in, we lose total control over what is actually happening in our community. And I would rather the decisions be made by the people that are on the ground in the community who know the situation better than people farther away. Thank you.
Thank you. So does everyone feel like they've had their opportunities to be heard as far as this discussion? Yes, Councillor Peterson has told me, and I'm hoping, yeah, she's back, but she's just sent me a text. I hope this is okay with everyone. She says, when the vote is called, I'm in favor. I'm trying to save my battery. So she's trying to choose between her lifeline and the laptop, I guess. Oh, that went nowhere. So I'm going to call the question because I think everybody's had a chance to speak. All right, so we have that motion on the floor regarding the letter. Does anyone need to hear it again? Are we good? Then I'll call the question. All in favor? And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 with Councillor Peterson. Opposed? So 4-3 in favor. So administration will be preparing a letter for me to sign, and we will carry on. And now we're at the face covering bylaw reconsideration. And procedurally, I know administration has this on, but do we need to have anything discussed or voted on as far as reconsidering it? I just want absolute clarity on that.
No, Your Worship.
Okay, so we are in the face covering bylaw. And we have a motion that has, we have had a bylaw presented to us with various amendments offered. And do you folks want to speak to it first?
No, Your Worship. Council would,
Not Your Worship.
no, Your Worship, Council would need to make a resolution to reconsider the matter.
Okay, Councillor Silva?
I'd make that motion to reconsider the matter.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to reconsider the mask bylaw. Is there any discussion on that motion? Councillor Corbeil?
No, I just have a quick question. We're just reconsidering a bylaw, right? We're not specifying which one. We would have to go through amendments. Like we're talking about the one presented. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's to bring it forward again to discuss. So any other comments? Councillor Silva?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just to reconsider the bylaw as presented by administration.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion now that we have the motion on the floor? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? So we have 5-2 in favor of reconsidering the face covering bylaw. So it's now on the floor for discussion. So now we need a motion for first reading. and then second reading so that we can have discussion begin.
Mr. Mayor, you would give first reading to the bylaw that is contained within your council package. And then we'll have to deal with amendments if you have amendments.
The amendments would come in after first reading?
Yes.
Okay.
You should really do them after second reading, but you can do them really at either point. But typically, I think that has been your practice here, is to do them after second reading. I'm looking to
Yes.
Jen for clarity.
Typically, yeah. So we would need a motion for first reading then. We have a motion from Councillor Sobel for first reading of the the face covering bylaw as presented by administration. All in favor? And opposed? So Councillor Montgomery, did I see your hand? So 6-1 in favor. All right, so we have first reading on the floor. And now the amendments
No, it's
for
for second
discussion.
reading.
Councillor Sobel?
Yeah, should we not do a second reading, Worship, and then we can do amendments and
That's
discussion?
typically what we've done, is we've done the discussion after second reading. So a motion for second reading.
I'd move second reading on bylaw number 20-28.
Right, thank you. And now we have the motion for second reading on the floor. We can discuss we can discuss bringing forward amendments.
You need to call the motion. For second reading.
Your Worship,
But once it's on the floor for second reading, then we can discuss it. Okay. Councillor Sobel.
Your Worship, just prior to starting, I think it's, I'd like to just make a comment on this whole matter. So I'm aware there are at least 14 amendments to this proposed bylaw by members of this council tonight. I thought it best to get my general comments over with before we got on with that. I want to start by saying that I'm perfectly fine with the bylaw presented presently before us as is. It focuses on one thing, convincing people that for the benefit of everyone in our community, they have to start wearing face masks in indoor public places. It's important to understand that a bylaw is defined as a law made by a local authority with the power conferred to it under a statute, in this case, the Municipal Government Act, and can be enforced with penalties, challenged in court, and must comply with the higher levels of law. The fact that councillors are choosing to try and amend this bylaw into something that is very kind, forgiving, focused on education, and preferably void or lacking in penalties tells me that there remains a skepticism that a masking bylaw is either necessary or desired. I simply do not feel there's sufficient buy-in that a mask bylaw is crucial to the well-being of our residents, and as such, I'm going to focus on those issues. Of the standard defensive measures we can and should follow in regards to this pandemic, such as the use of face masks, regular washing of hands, maintaining at least 6 foot distancing, or avoiding the touching of eyes, nose, and mouth, the wearing of a face mask is probably one of the easiest. Slipping on a piece of cloth to cover your nose and mouth for the benefit of your family and fellow citizens is a very simple task. It's emphasized, however, that all of these defensive measures need to be practiced for this to be effective. I must admit that the arguments against the use and value of face masks reminds me of 2 other pieces of provincial legislation: seatbelts in 1987 and the Tobacco and Smoking Reduction Act in 2008. Both were extremely controversial, with protests and cries of civil rights violation being heard. There was much reluctance by the government of the day to pass these laws, but in the end, the scientific data was simply overwhelming. As a result, countless lives have been saved to date, and our mask legislation is no different. I've shared a large number of reports and studies written by learned experts with administration and council over the last couple of weeks. Consistently, they all point to the fact that wearing a face mask reduces the chances of contracting COVID. I will share with you some of the conclusions of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's quote, scientific brief regarding community use of cloth masks to control the spread of COVID-19, which was updated actually on November 20th, 2020. And it reads, experimental and epidemiological data I think I said it half right, support community masking to reduce the spread of COVID-19. The prevention benefit of masking is derived from the combination of source control and personal protection for the mask wearer. The relationship between source control and personal protection is likely complementary and possibly synergistic, so that individual benefit increases with the increased community mask use. Quite frankly, I've been unable to identify or locate one health agency or organization which does not support the use of face masks as an effective tool in reducing the spread of COVID-19. As you're aware, 15 of our local doctors recently signed a letter which supported a mandatory indoor masking bylaw when needed. Although their suggestion was basically ignored, our CAO reached out to yet another doctor in our jurisdiction, inquiring as to whether or not she could attend tonight. This is her response. Hi, Doug. Thanks for the invitation to speak at the December 2nd council meeting. However, I would like to politely decline. I do believe the science behind and benefits of a public mask bylaw are indisputable. I'm aware that a letter supporting this has already been presented to council from 15 practicing Strathmore physicians. A mask bylaw is akin to chemotherapy. Never perfect, everyone hates it, but most of the time it sure does the trick. I think there's little more I could add. I truly hope that council will do the right thing in supporting a mask bylaw and move past this unfortunate, nasty episode in the history of Strathmore. Regards, Dr. Joni McNeely. Earlier today, I also received an email from Dr. David Pisces. Dr. Pisces is, as you may know, the medical director for the Calgary Rural Primary Care Network. He was unable to join us personally this evening, but did wish his comments to be heard, and they're as follows. Hi, Bob. All I can say is this is unraveling in a terrible way in our acute care hospitals in the Calgary zone. This is real, and this is happening now, and we do not have any more time to debate, think, discuss, or educate. Let me use 3 main points. These events will place, number 1, these events will place a significant strain on our local hospital and staff. We're now looking after local cases in the hospital and will be expected to take on more COVID positive and negative patients as the hospital beds fill up in Calgary. These hospitals are already over capacity, many of which are on COVID outbreak. A reminder that patients that require admission to ICU or acute care now became COVID positive 10 or 12 days ago. This means we will likely see an even bigger surge in acute care and ICU bed needs in the next 2 weeks. Number 2, an important thing to consider is our local nursing homes and lodges. Up to now, they have been COVID free, thank goodness. This is largely due to their excellent care, isolation protocols, and nursing and staff management. These staff live in Strathmore. They use the stores and public buildings like we all do. Masking is a simple and selfless activity that limits spread between individuals that may be shedding the virus. Thinking that this is not needed and does not help is selfish and self-serving. The debate that masks or mandatory public masking does not help to limit spread of the virus is ridiculous. To think that a few council members know better than many educated medical public health officials, virologists, and epidemiologists is absurd and shameful. Number 3, the time for action is now. We have to limit the spread, and waiting for our numbers to reach a certain critical tipping point is crazy. We do not live in an isolated bubble here in Strathmore. This virus moves with us and amongst us as the public moves freely between our communities and Calgary. Debating and rewriting the finer points of a bylaw only wastes time as more spread occurs. It is time for the council to be proactive as opposed to being reactive. The latter only causes you to chase your tail whilst our numbers of admissions to ICU, acute care, and the number of deaths increases. Thank you, Dr. David Pisces. So protesting, in my opinion anyway, protesting against efforts to reduce the spread of this virus is akin to people protesting World War II. You can fight this all you want, but this enemy is not going to simply disappear. COVID is relentless and aggressive and does not respect borders, age, or sex. If you believe otherwise, check out the United States or Sweden or Germany or Brazil or Chestermere or Banff. We need a vaccine to win this battle, but it is imperative that that we get to the point without needlessly allowing people to suffer or die. Now is not the time for education and for watering down this bylaw. We have to recognize the situation we find ourselves in and to start taking our responsibility as community leaders seriously. It should be recognized that mandating face masks is the one area that we, as the council, can really make a difference. I urge my fellow councillors to join in the battle and do something of a concrete nature that has been proven to be effective in reducing COVID spread. Please vote to bring this bylaw as written into law this evening. Thank you, Your Worship. That's all I have.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Cox?
Thank you, Your Worship. We need to educate, understand, and be kind to one another, not place blame and hate. We are all in this together. I 100% believe that we need to stop the spread of this virus. We need to practice good hygiene, be responsible. If you are feeling any symptoms, please stay home. Wash your hands often, social distance, properly wear a mask, and if you don't need to go out and about, just don't. Stay safe. I've heard from some doctors that say that masks will help, but they have not said that they will do anything more than help. I've also heard from doctors who say that masks can cause harm if worn too much, and they say that we need to take it upon ourselves to boost our own immunity systems by taking zinc, vitamin D, and vitamin C. I don't know the answer. We're all walking a very controversial line here. Then we hear from legal professionals that it can be enforced. But then there's also the legal professionals that say that it's a breach of our rights. I don't want to cause this council hundreds of lawsuits. It's an equivocal nightmare for those of us here tonight, both medically and legally. So what do? Well, myself, I will vote the way that I think the majority of this town wants, and therefore I oppose this bylaw. Again, it is our job as leaders to encourage, educate, understand, and be kind to one another, not to place blame or hate. So please, everyone, do your part, be respectful, stay home if you have symptoms, wash your hands, practice social distancing, and wear a mask to help stop the spread of this virus. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Montgomery?
Yeah, I just have a question for clarity for Councillor Sobel. So the current bylaw as it's written, can you hear me, Councillor Sobel?
I can.
Okay, so the way the bylaw is written that you're proposing we support, it exempts people for fitness activity and for whatnot. I'm just curious, like, if you think that that's actually, and I know you supported that exemption last time, so I'm just wondering, given the severity of this issue, why you would support exempting people for something like that are doing fitness activities.
Well, first of all, I'm presuming that during their physical exercise, they're going to be 6 feet apart at least, which is what the standard is in from what I heard in the gymnasiums, which I think makes a difference. And I just want this passed so we can start saving some lives. So I'm not going to start nitpicking. I need to start protecting our people. And I'm just tired of listening to us being threatened with lawsuits and things. People are going to die out there if we don't do something. So you know what? I just want to get this passed, and I want to start saving some lives, and that's all I'm doing. So, I know there's probably 20 amendments coming up, and I'll deal with them and I'll comment on them or whatever. But basically, there's nothing wrong with this bylaw as it sits.
Thank you. So the first amendment that I will propose it has to do with the possibility that.
Sorry, if I could jump in just for a moment. Hang on to that thought. Jennifer, is it logical for us to vote on each amendment as it comes forward?
Your
Okay.
Worship.
All right, thanks.
Can I say my piece before Councillor Bauer starts, or Councillor Montgomery starts
Sure.
talking about amendments?
Sure, if you don't mind, Councillor Montgomery, if you're going to talk about your First Amendment, we'll just hear from Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Worship. I have a statement prepared that I would like to read. I'd like to start by stating that today's bylaw was added not by a member of council, but by our administration. We all were also asked on Tuesday, yesterday, to submit amendments to the bylaw before this meeting so that we could address them individually. I have submitted over 11 recommendations and concerns with the current wording of the new proposed bylaw being presented this evening, but they were not included in tonight's package because I submitted them this afternoon. I did ask to have them printed this evening, and councillors were sent my amendments by email, and they were printed for those in attendance. Alberta still stands as being the sole province in Alberta without a mask mandate. Municipalities are now being faced with implementing a mandatory mask bylaw for themselves, and there is pressure to conform from community members. I have seen and heard in the past 2 weeks, neighbor pitted against neighbor, friend against friend, and families turning on each other. This has been one of the toughest times for all Albertans, and I understand and sympathize with those who feel a lack of control and power to keep those who are dear to them safe. A mask bylaw is just one of the ways that we can bend the curve in our community. Calgary chose to include education as one of their main focuses as part of their bylaw. They did not include enforcement, and to date, I have not been able to find an instance where they have given fines or implemented punitive measures against their citizens. I've also asked administration to contact doctors in our town to attend council so we could specifically ask them questions as to our case numbers, where they are coming from, the state of our local hospital and staff. And unfortunately, they chose not to be here today to answer our questions specific to Strathmore. And I am again left to my own devices. I also have not had clarification on how much of an increase in taxes we would endure in terms of enforcement. I've put forth and proposed 11 different amendments to tonight's proposed bylaw in order to address the concerns that I was unable to address in our earlier meeting because of time restraints. Many people, as a result, thought that I was against a mask, when in fact I'm not. I am against a bylaw if it means enforcement before education, if it means our local businesses will be told how to run their businesses and be subject to fines up to $200, which could affect their ability to stay open in a very trying and difficult time period. I'm also not in favor of taking away the rights of people who cannot wear a mask and will be open to criticism and personal attacks due to a pre-existing health condition. I myself have been attacked this week on a personal level. My family has been threatened. I have endured verbal abuse, harassment, and have been told by a fellow councillor that there will be blood on my hands if there are any deaths in Strathmore due to COVID-19. This all because of my desire to ensure that the safety of all the people of Strathmore. Due to a previous proposed bylaw that needed amendments, the inability to speak more than once, and the time restraints in the last meeting, these were all factors in not being able to debate the issue properly. I'm hoping that some of these issues can be addressed this evening, and whatever the result, the people of this community and region will accept the final decision. COVID will eventually leave our community, but the scars left behind by the cruel words of people will not be forgotten. If this bylaw is passed this evening, I ask that everyone be gentle with those who have a medical condition and cannot wear a mask. Please do not get in their space or take it upon yourself to question these people in public. They are someone's mother, father, wife, husband, sister, or brother, and above all, our neighbor. Remember the golden rule and be kind. Treat others the way you would want to be treated. Be respectful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Montgomery.
Thank you.
This is your First Amendment? Oh, sorry, Councillor Corbeil.
Thank you, Worship. I have a quick thing or whatever, if that's okay. I am not debating at all whether masks work or not. That is not the question here. This bylaw has been the hardest decision I have made thus far. It's not as simple as, it's not cut and dry. To mandate doesn't mean compliance. We are back in the position we are in with restrictions because of non-compliance. To mandate means to enforce, and do not believe we have the resources or manpower to do this. To educate is a much better approach, in my opinion, as I feel this needs to go beyond public places. This needs to be brought into social gatherings and private events. People need to believe in this. Mandating, I fear, will close minds off from this practice. They say a person needs to hear things 7 times in order for them to believe it to be true. I hope through education, the non-believers will soon believe. I have submitted amendments, and I do hope to make the bylaw a bit more giving, I guess you would say, or whatever. And I can just speak to the amendments as we go through them.
So will you be, like, I'll call on you and you'll present each of your amendments?
I sure can. If
Okay.
they're not brought up, I absolutely will. Yep.
Yeah, and the reason I had asked for amendments as of Monday, and I know we got Councillor Bowers after 3:30 today, is I was hoping we wouldn't be doubling up on some of the amendments. So now I'm kind of concerned, how do we go all through these when they're going to be repetitions? And I guess we just meet them head on as they happen. And is someone recording each amendment and how the, all right. The only thing I would offer, because I haven't said anything yet, the only thing I would say is we've been in this COVID health scare since March. So there's been plenty of time for people to be educated. And how much longer do you need to have everyone realize that wearing masks is one of the tools into helping slow the spread and stop the spread of COVID-19? So I don't know how much longer we have to carry on with education. At some point, and Calgary actually did have 3 fines today, Councillor Bauer. They issued 3 fines to organizers of the anti-mask rally that happened on the weekend. So they have issued fines. That's all I have to say, just that I think we've done a lot of education. There's been Facebook Live presentations, Town of Strathmore Facebook, numerous articles in the paper, radio spots. We've had a lot of education, and we're 9 months into this. Councillor Montgomery.
Thank you.
Oh, my fault.
Thank you. Just to your point, I think what maybe like, to help people, some people look at, like the communities around Calgary, for instance, that have had mask bylaws, some of them for just over a month now. And Calgary, for instance, that's had theirs since August 1st. And, people look at the fact that the rate of COVID growth in those communities is, quite extreme. And especially like it's greater than what the growth rate we've seen in Strathmore. So it's understandable that people might be hesitant or questioning the effectiveness of masks when they see exponential growth of COVID going on in the communities that have the bylaws. Now, obviously, that growth can be happening for a number of reasons, as some of the councillors have mentioned. The bylaw doesn't really, and this bylaw that we have here doesn't really apply or have anything to do with where the main points of transmission are, which is at people's homes and in social situations. And so it's, I don't see it as a problem that people are questioning and looking for answers. That makes sense to me. And that's why it is important that we do educate and continue to educate people, so that we can get kind of proper buy-in. But anyways, I'll go on, I guess. So the first amendment that I would like to propose is, it just has to do with whether or not we're compelling businesses or individuals to act to enforce this. I had received some communication from a couple of business owners who were concerned that they would be compelled to act. So one of the proposals I had just basically spoke to that, and I would like to. So I think the best amendment that would speak to this would be 10.1 or number 13, I guess, which would be under section 10.1 on the package we were given. And it just basically says, while not required to, a proprietor may at any time refuse entry or ask a person or persons to leave their indoor public premises and or public vehicles. Proprietors may request the assistance of an officer to enforce the provisions of this bylaw within their premises and or public vehicle. And I think this just brings clarity to the fact that we are not expecting a business owner to, engage somebody who is not wearing a mask, to investigate and, determine why they aren't wearing a mask, and then to try to deal with that themselves. The intent of this bylaw is that if a proprietor wishes to have Bylaw come and deal with that person, then that will be the method for dealing with it. Thank you.
Is everyone clear on that first amendment? Any comments on that amendment? So you're just saying remove it from the proprietor and allow that person to have Bylaw or peace officers have protection.
Basically, I'm just asking for a clause that gives clarity to the fact that we are not expecting a business owner to engage somebody who might be contravening the bylaw.
And saying that a proprietor may refuse entry or ask, that doesn't give you that latitude? He doesn't have to engage a person, does he?
So yeah, like the business owner that spoke to me about this, or the couple of business owners, they basically were concerned about the clause as it was 10.1, and they wanted to see some sort of a modification to that. And I agreed. I think it's worth clarifying that we're not expecting them to be the ones.
But isn't that clear by just saying a proprietor may refuse entry or ask? It's all on them if they want to or not from that.
If that's your interpretation, I'm just asking for this amendment to be put in. So,
okay, Councillor Cox.
So my concern with your amendment is that they may ask them to, or they may at any time refuse entry or ask them to leave.
yeah.
What if they don't? Do they have to ask them to leave if they have if they don't have a mask on?
So basically, the intent is that the proprietor would be under no obligation, but may at any time refuse entry or ask a person or persons to leave their public. So basically, it's like I said, it's just ensuring that there's clarity that it's not on the business owner to be the one to enforce it, or their employees.
Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Worship. I would like to know just from administration or from Chief West, please, how long do our bylaw officers work, and would they be required to work outside of their normal working hours in order to enforce this part of this bylaw?
So, our bylaw officers work 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, and it switches up all the time. Actually, our range is 14 hours a day because they start at different times, 6 days a week. And their days of the week change all the time. So, with every bylaw, not just this bylaw, but with every bylaw, it's complaint-based. So if we have people on and we receive a complaint, we respond to that complaint. If we have someone available, if they're not already engaged in other activities. So sorry, your exact question again, Councillor?
If a phone call was made by a business outside of normal working hours for a bylaw officer, would someone be able to respond to this?
RCMP work 24 hours a day. And absolutely they would respond.
So RCMP officers can respond on a bylaw complaint?
100%, every bylaw that we have, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Legore, did you want to weigh in?
No, Your Worship, I have nothing to add.
Just before we go on, I'll come back to you, Councillor Montgomery. Trent, you were a part of drafting this, correct? Or creating this bylaw?
Yes.
What are your views on it? How do you feel about the bylaw? What are your recommendations as our Director of Emergency Management? I mean, we're looking for a made in Strathmore solution. I'm wondering what our Strathmore Dem feels about this.
So I will try and avoid giving you my personal opinion. A bylaw that meets the needs of council, that provides public safety to the community, and recommends a face covering in public places or public vehicles. How that looks, as long as we have the ability to educate and enforce, would be my preferred end result. We've had many revisions. I know administration, well, before the second one came, we were on probably our 5th or 6th revision with some additions to try and address some of the original concerns from the first bylaw. So I'll end there, but I will say, just for clarity's sake, there's not a bylaw that is effective, that exists, that is subjective. We can't tell people how to act in a bylaw. We can only tell them what is expected. It's prescriptive. All bylaws, all laws are prescriptive, not subjective, okay? Policies on how we do the enforcement or how we interact with the public are community-based. Those things can be the Strathmore, how we want to interact with businesses and with the public. And I can tell you now, overall, for all complaints or all concerns that have occurred with municipal enforcement in this town, 9 out of 10 of those complaints or concerns are addressed through conversation and education and a little bit of motivation. The last thing we want to do is financial education, but where it's necessary, it's necessary. There are just people that would choose to not comply with any of those bylaws, period, full stop. We are already doing 90% of our interactions with education and motivation. This is not going to change how we deal with the public or how we support the community in any way. There is no mandate to enforce. But there is a need, I feel, as your DEM, to protect. Public safety has to, at some point in time, be the catalyst for decision-making. And so I hope I'll jump off my soapbox now.
Thank you. We'll go back to Councillor Montgomery.
Thank you. So the situation that kind of spurred, I believe, spurred this one of the business owners to contact me was that, and specifically regarding this, was that one of their employees was horribly abused by somebody who came in, saw somebody without a mask, and just abused an employee there, saying, "Why are you guys not acting on this? Why is you guys are supposed to be doing something about this?" And this person was horribly abused because the business was not basically fighting, what this person thought was the fight. And I want to make sure that people are aware that they have no right to go into a business and start abusing people who either aren't wearing a mask or abusing business owners or employees of businesses about the fact that they're not, enforcing this bylaw if this bylaw were to pass. And so that's the reason why I want it made very clear. It's not just for the businesses. I want it made clear to the public that we do not expect businesses to be enforcing this for us. Thank you.
So if I could circle back, do you feel that wording about a proprietor may, is that not clear enough as far as that they don't have to discipline anyone not wearing a mask?
I want it made quite clear. I'm not sure what the argument here is. If you're saying that the wording is the same, then I don't see a reason.
No, all I'm saying is,
Can we read the amendment so that maybe?
I think you did.
No, he didn't.
I did. I read
Yeah.
it.
At the beginning? Oh, sorry about that.
Okay, so we have that amendment. Is there any more discussion on Councillor Montgomery's amendment? Councillor Cox?
So my only concern with this one is that I don't want to see, well, I appreciate that I don't want our businesses being abused. I also don't want them to turn away a customer that doesn't have a mask on. Because, again, we are in extreme circumstances for these small businesses. And if someone walks in, I don't want them to have to turn that business away because that person's not wearing a mask. That's my concern.
I believe that my amendment speaks to that. And it's just saying that the business owner is not obligated to enforce this bylaw for us.
Councillor Sobel? I think you're muted again. Councillor Sobel, you're on mute.
Yeah, I like to stay on mute. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for that. So there's two quick things I want to say. First off, I see very little difference in the original and the amendment. Actually, the amendment probably fleshes things out a little bit. I have no problem with that amendment, to be honest with you, and I would support it. Second, I think it's very important to remember in regards to Councillor Cox's comments that I have talked to so many business people that want this bylaw so that they can say, you have to wear a mask to come into my store, because it's their health that is at risk. And I'm telling you, I think you'd be shocked to see how many businesses are going to be happy to see a bylaw come in. So I'm prepared to support that amendment at any rate.
Councillor Peterson?
Your worship, the business is doing the same. They are anxious to have a bylaw so that they know that their employees are safe and that they don't have to do enforcement. I have not talked to a business yet that has not been in favor, and I have no problem with this amendment, your worship.
Thank you. If there's no further comments on his amendment, we can call the question on that first of many. All in favor of Councillor Montgomery's amendment? And the motion is carried. Did you want to go on to your next amendment? Second, Councillor Legore.
We not done?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would help administratively if we could start at the top of the list and go, and while I appreciate some you may feel are more important than others, it just helps us here if we can start at number one and work our way through.
Okay, so the ones that were presented to us earlier.
That's right. And when we come to the other ones that have not been addressed in Jennifer's list here, we can speak to, because a lot of those, I think we can provide clarity to it without an amendment being required. And I'm specifically speaking to Councillor Bowers, ones that she forwarded in. We will be able to answer a lot of those, I think, to her satisfaction. That will not require an amendment.
Okay, thank you. So whose amendment then is the first one with the purpose? Is that yours, Councillor Montgomery, or?
That's not mine in particular, but I had one to do with the purpose, but I'll let whoever's that is speak to it, I guess.
Do you know whose that one is?
Your worship, I can clarify.
Okay.
So this is a culmination of Councillor Montgomery, Councillor Cox, and I believe Councillor Corbeil's comments, and Councillor Bauer's comments.
Sure.
I don't think you have to read it, but you could speak to it.
Can you read the,
It has to be read.
can you read the old one, Councillor Cox, and then read what the proposal is, please? So I think it's important that the public know the wording.
Sure.
Thank you.
So, as the bylaw is right now, it says the purpose of this bylaw is to take measures to combat the spread of COVID-19. All citizens and businesses are to take necessary and appropriate measures, such as the consistent use of face masks or coverings in public, social distancing, use of hand washing and sanitizing practices, and the limiting of all non-essential travel and social gatherings until such time that COVID-19 numbers are eradicated. This is the new proposed amendment. I move that we amend the bylaw to read, the purpose of this bylaw is to educate the citizens of Strathmore on the importance of wearing face coverings to take measures to combat the spread of COVID-19 and to prevent healthcare systems from being overwhelmed. All citizens and businesses are encouraged to take necessary and appropriate measures, such as the consistent use of face masks or coverings in public, social distancing, use of hand washing and sanitizing practices, and the limiting of all non-essential travel and social gatherings until such time that COVID-19 numbers are significantly eliminated. Sorry, I'll speak to this part. I wanted to see something in there about education, and education is important. My other problem with the purpose was the very end where it said eradicated. Eradicated means gone forever, and I don't think we're at a position where we can actually do that. That's my only comments with respect to that amendment.
Okay, Councillor Bauer, did you want to speak to it? And then I have Councillor Sobel.
Thank you, Worship. I have no concerns with what Councillor Cox proposed as the amendment, except for a tiny spot, and I just need clarification on this. I believe it may be outside of our purview, but the limiting of all non-essential travel and social gatherings, I'm wondering, please, what does that have to do with a mask bylaw? And how are we going to enforce limiting non-essential travel and social gatherings?
All I can say is it sounds like a general purpose as far as the bylaw that includes some of those, and it only really says we encourage people to social distance, hand wash, limit their non-essential travel. But did you want to speak to this, Mr. West?
Thank you, Your Worship, through the council. The purpose is the motherhood and apple pie. The specifics of the bylaw, the prescriptive part of the bylaw is farther on where it talks to the enforcement. So the encouragement is the things that we've done all along since the start of the year. And so that's what the purpose is. We don't talk later on in the bylaw about the non-essential travel or the other segregation.
What did you call that? Apple pie?
Motherhood and apple pie.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
I have Councillor Sobel and then Councillor Peterson.
Yeah, I'm off mute. Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. So, you know, in my opening comments, I made comment in regards to education and further to what the chief has said. I'm not against education. In fact, I've been trying to do it for many, many months now, fairly unsuccessfully, in regards to what is happening in our world and this COVID. But this is a bylaw, and we can't forget that this is a bylaw. So, yes, let's educate, but I don't know how big a part it should play in our bylaw. This is the hammer. This is something that says you got to do it or you're going to get a ticket. And we can use education and with policy. And as further to what Trent said, and we expect that. And so that's stuff that is internal for us. I don't believe that should be the main purpose of this bylaw. And with this amendment, that's exactly what it says. Our bylaw is to educate. Well, no, it's a lot bigger than that. Our bylaw is to actually get people to wear masks and enforce it if we have to. Yes, let's educate, but not as the prime reason. So I can't support that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And then we'll go to Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, in terms of the amendment to the bylaw, I would have no problem if there was a small change to the bylaw in the second line, which said in the first line, which said the purpose of the bylaw is to take measures and to educate. And if that were the case, I would be fine. This would not be the hill that I would want to die on. I would definitely then support this, as long as it was understood that taking measures was equivalent to at least the education portion. And from a personal perspective, I kind of think the time for education has passed, but I also respect the comments of our Director of Emergency Services, the guy with the new haircut, that education is a part of the job of bylaw and police anyway, so it is something that we could expect. So if Councillor Cox was amenable to that, I would be more than happy to support this.
Councillor Cox, would you accept that as a friendly amendment to your amendment that you would add her word? Okay, Deborah, are you, or sorry, Jennifer, you're comfortable with what Councillor Peterson added? So, Councillor Montgomery.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, speak to, so I added the part about taking measures to, that the purpose of this bylaw is to help to take measures to combat the spread of COVID-19 and to prevent the healthcare systems from being overwhelmed. Education is not just kind of telling people information, but it's also about framing information in a certain way that, you know, like people can understand and act on. And I think that, you know, there is a segment of the population out there who might not feel that they are in danger from COVID-19, and what might speak to them is the idea that that our healthcare systems can be overwhelmed by people that you know, like that come down with COVID, which can have kind of other kind of spin-off effects that can affect people that are not necessarily susceptible to COVID. So it's not just important to limit COVID for the sake of the people that, you know, might be vulnerable to COVID. It's beneficial to everybody to understand that we need to limit COVID so that our healthcare system is there for the people who need it for reasons beyond just COVID. Thank you.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the amendment, and I guess I'll call the question on if we approve that new amendment to the bylaw. All in favor?
That's Denise's amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
And opposed? Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I voted for
Opposed? Oh, that was 7 in favor, so that one passes. And if you're keeping track, I think we've dealt with
Your
Councillor.
Worship. Sorry, it's 9:23. Jason, Councillor Montgomery needs to make his motion.
Oh, sure.
I will move we extend the meeting until 10:30.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Your Worship?
Yes?
You know, we're not going to be done by 10:30. Why don't we make the motion now in regards to going past that time? And
All night?
I think we need a 2/3 vote to do that, Jen. Just as a suggestion. I mean, if we can do it again later, but
I'm willing to
we
withdraw
know
my
we're not going to
motion
be done
if
by
that's the case,
10:30.
yeah.
And while we're waiting for that clarification, I think we've dealt with Councillor Bauer's first point too on hers. And I think we've dealt with item 3 because Mr. West said that the RCMP is able to ticket on a bylaw offense. So that one is taken care of. And then we're just getting clarification on the time of our meeting tonight.
Your Worship, perhaps we could move forward to the next amendment, and I'll have that information for council in a couple minutes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to the motion to extend the meeting, and we'll go on to the next one that was in our emails from administration, and that was, are you speaking to this one, Councillor Montgomery? Whose is this
Yeah,
one?
sure. So this one kind of speaks to, and this one will probably be more controversial, but so our previous version of the bylaw, it had it tied to a status that is, it's a number defined by Alberta Health related to what's called the enhanced status. And in my opinion, that number's a bit low, first of all. I believe it's 7, is it 6 or 7 cases would put us into a mask bylaw?
A minimum of 10. Councillor.
10?
Yeah, even though through the chair, sorry, your worship, our number would be 6.75,
Yeah,
but it would be a minimum of 10,
okay.
yeah. Because if you want something less than 10 is your number.
Okay, okay. Because yeah, I thought it was like between 6 and 7. Okay. Yeah, and so I've kind of just made a suggestion, and I'm not necessarily stuck on this number, but let's say if we went with 20 cases, so that obviously seems kind of high, but the way I kind of look at it is we're already over that number. And by the time we come back down under that number, and if it's for, a sustained period such as 2 weeks that we have to be under that number, I believe that we've already would have been kind of setting a trend, so that I feel that, that's kind of, I think it's safe to kind of, pick a higher number than 10, simply because we would already be on that downward trajectory. And it's, unlikely that we're going to dip below 20 for, a couple of weeks and then kind of bounce back up. I think we'd be just as likely to do that at 20 as we would at 10. And so that's the reason why. And I also like better to have a hard number that, in the bylaw rather than something that's kind of contingent on something outside the bylaw. Thank you.
And I know that at one time our DEM had said to avoid a trigger point number because you could get cases isolated in a seniors lodge, for example. I guess my question to you then, Mr. West, is are you comfortable with that number of 20 as far as the trigger point? And then if we go to 19 for 2 weeks, are you comfortable then with coming off of a mask bylaw?
Your worship, the answer is yes. I agree with Councillor Montgomery. If we can maintain a number under 20, then chances are we're in the right and more favorable trajectory that we're going away from 20. It's the period of time, that 2 weeks, that incubation period of time, where it gives the bylaw, God forbid, time to address any social gatherings or any cultural festivities like Easter or family gatherings, that time to address any uptick that may occur from those gatherings. So,
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And I don't think, like you said, Councillor Montgomery, I don't think this is contentious as it would be if we were at 7 right now. And then you'd be going, oh, okay. So we have the motion on the floor. I think everyone's comfortable with this amendment as far as understanding it. Councillor Bauer?
May I ask for clarification, please? Councillor Montgomery, are you including your amendment at the end of the COVID-19 virus and taking out the designation of a municipality, region, or zone by the government of Alberta? Or are you just including it? Like, are you just, because A says enhanced status means the designation or classification of a municipality, region, or zone by the government of Alberta.
So in the bylaw amendments, it reads as enhanced status means when the number of active cases of COVID-19 virus in the town of Strathmore are reported by Alberta Public Health to be 20 or more.
So my concern with that is that enhanced status already has been defined by the government of Alberta. And I think as an addition, it clarifies and makes this more of a town of Strathmore bylaw.
Yeah, it's possible, if we just change the word enhanced status to something else, and then where the bylaw becomes activated, if we just change it to that same, activation, yeah, you could just change it to, bylaws or mask status, let's say, and then. But yeah, so I agree. It's a little bit confusing to have enhanced status, because that's the same wording as what the province uses. So that's.
Right. And if this bylaw was not to pass and we were to go into enhanced status by the chief medical officer and we were included in that Calgary region, it would mean something else. So I just want it to be consistent.
Yeah, well, technically we're already in enhanced status where we are. So I would it's a good idea to change that so it's not as confusing maybe.
So then could we perhaps keep enhanced status, but then just changed this portion, which is your particular amendment, to something that is more like activated status or something else, so that there's an additional definition, and then we could make that consistent throughout the bylaw?
Mr. Legore might be able to answer that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, hopefully council realizes that what's shown on the list of amendments is how 3.1 would read. So just ignore what's in the bylaw before you. It becomes this new 3.1. Do we understand that? Okay. Because then that clearly states that the enhanced status definition is in the town of Strathmore, as reported by public health, to be 20 or more. And that's right, and that same enhanced status is used throughout the bylaw.
That's the problem, though, is what she's saying is that that's gonna confuse people as to whether we're
on enhanced status for the Alberta government or if we're on the enhanced status for Strathmore. So she just is hoping that we could change it from enhanced, that word enhanced, to something else so that we're not confusing Strathmore's bylaw with the Alberta government's enhanced restrictions.
But if you change that word enhanced here, there's multiple changes elsewhere in the bylaw that we have to make.
And can I, Your Worship, when we are communicating the provisions of this bylaw with the public, we can use different language than enhanced status. We can use, we can just state clearly what it states here, that we are over 20 cases, mass bylaw is in effect, not that we are in enhanced status.
So, Your Worship, if I may weigh in on this quickly, I think possibly what I heard was what you see on the page with the amendments, if that is your actual activation status and nothing changes with the enhanced status on the old bylaw, you're thinking of adding one more definition? Was that what you were saying, Councillor?
That's what I was suggesting originally, but if the rest of council does not feel. If the rest of council does not feel that this warrants further discussion, I'm okay dropping it. It was just something that I wanted to bring forward as a point, that there could be possible confusion within the community if we were to use that language and it meant something different for the province versus this bylaw.
Okay, thank you. I think I have Councillor Peterson and Councillor Sobel.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this amendment, I guess what I need is for someone to help me understand how the number 20 would be the acceptable infection threshold for this particular community, because I do not understand that. And I'll explain why. I don't understand it in the context of previous conversations that we've had, both with regards to moving into state of local emergency or other conditions whereby a school may have a very broad outbreak that would exceed this, but it could contain it on its own. So it wouldn't be necessary to move to this. Or if we had an outbreak, God forbid, in one of our senior centers where they are so capable and have shown immense capacity to oversee their wards. So I do believe that a hard number will weaken the effectiveness of the implementation of this bylaw, and imposing that number of 20 is, I think, not a reasonable or rational imposition, and that provinces and communities around us are still remaining highly variable and unpredictable. And so a bylaw amended in this manner, I don't think that that's the bylaw that our people deserve. It's not the bylaw that respects the values and health and well-being of our neighbors in say, Siksika or Langdon or our rural neighbors that come here to shop. And it's certainly not the bylaw that's going to protect our hospitals from being overwhelmed. Whether we have 5 cases or 50, we need vigilance until widespread vaccination is a reality. And the sacrifice to wear a face covering isn't long-term. And resulting sickness and death from this, it certainly is. And I really believe that the overwhelming numbers of voices who express their desires completely through the methodology open to them through emails and letters to the editor, and we had over 130 people from the Wheatland Lodge alone expressing the need to have this face bylaw and not putting hard numbers to it. They were very much in favor of the original bylaw as it came forward. And so and as well as Councillor Sobel mentioned, the 15 doctors who gave us their express expertise. And so having a hard number in this seems to me to be a very, very unreasonable process to undertake, your worship. And I would like to have that question answered, how we would come to that as being the acceptable threshold for our community. Thank you.
Mr. West, can you speak to that number of 20 as far as whether or not it's an acceptable number?
I don't believe 20 is an acceptable number, but I that's my opinion. I'm trying to always take into account the fact that we're a service hub for the region, and lots of people move back and forth to the city of Calgary, and I look at the amount of work trying to maintain a reasonable communications to our residents when should we deviate. So the number is you heard my opinion when I first brought it. I wasn't comfortable with it, but with hard numbers, but I acquiesced on the fact that, okay, over a 2-week period, if we can maintain that, then maybe I could get on board with a hard number. But it's just lining up with some of the terminology between open, watch, and enhanced that AHS has used previously, because we keep referring to them as our sources of truth. And when we point the public to AHS, those are the things that they're going to be reading. So we're just trying to line it up for some to reduce the fog that we're all trying to live through.
I have Councillor Sobel, and then I have Councillor Corbeil right after him.
Thank you. So the biggest concern I have with this is confusing things, because I got to be honest with you, I'm confused at this point. If we stuck with the AHS enhanced, I think that would make things a lot simpler. And I want everybody to remember, go back into our history a little bit. We went so long with single numbers, and then it just hits, and now we're at 30. Hopefully we can start going down, but it just seems that we've gone from single numbers to 30 a lot quicker than where we were at the beginning and in the summertime of this disaster. But AHS, and this is one of the reasons I like the enhanced status that AHS, because it is a made in Strathmore definition. It says risk levels require enhanced public health measures to control the spread and informed by local context. So I don't know why we're going away from this, and I appreciate Councillor Montgomery's suggestion. I'm going to probably misquote you, but I thought you said something along the line as this is not a hill to die on or make a big deal over it. I just want to keep it simple and not confuse things. AHS confuses things enough without us having to add to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Corbeil.
Thank you, Worship. Even with Alberta Health Services, they go by numbers. They, when you're an enhanced, you're restricted. As soon as you drop out of their enhanced status, you can go back to your sports. You can go back to this, and they work with hard numbers. I'm not so worried about the wording as I am about if Alberta Health Services decides to change their enhanced status. What does that mean? That is kind of what I'm a little bit worried about. So for hard numbers, I'm not that hesitant to go with, because that's where we're at right now. I do have a quick question though. With regards to the numbers in the community, if they are, say, at the lodge or at one of the schools and stuff, like I know that Alberta Health Services doesn't tell us, or it doesn't show on the map. Trent, do you get those numbers by chance? Like, how would you know if it would be something that we should be going with or something that we should not be going with?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Councillor. And we would get the numbers if an individual school or nursing home was up over 5. It would show up on our weekly updates from Calgary region.
And then I just have one more in regards to this. I'm not sure if this would help anybody or not, but what if we left a little bit of wiggle room with this, giving our DEM maybe a little bit of leeway or free or a little bit of pull, I guess. I'm not sure how everybody else feels about that, but.
Well, I think at one time we had talked about how the Director of Emergency Management would offer his guidance and tell us what was needed at that time. And I think at one time we had that as a consideration. So are you thinking going back to that now? Okay, so I guess with this amendment, thanks, Councilor Montgomery. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say, not only, like I said, I feel that because we're already over the number and we're, it's low enough below us that, as Mr. West said, like we would be on a likely trajectory where we're going to continue to go under. And it's important to me that people in this community have almost like a goal or a target in mind, so that we have something to work towards, something to hope for. If people see if people see like kind of the end too far away, they will become disheartened or discouraged, and will be more likely to, let's say, it'll be tough to get them to comply, or they won't be complying properly. So this is part of my idea that it's better to get people to be like kind of more voluntary and involved, out of just kind of as being informed individuals who are trying to do the right thing, and I think that this will help to bring more people in line with kind of complying especially for a longer period of time.
Thank you. I guess if you accept this amendment, you have to be comfortable with the number of 20 as being a safe number. And my only worry is, if you're at 20 and then suddenly you go at the very end of or you go into 19, you go down to 19, and then after 2 weeks it stays at 19, it's still not really safe. Like it's still almost 20. So my own feeling is I think 20 is a bit high. I would be more comfortable with 15, but we have your motion on the floor for 20. So I guess if there's no other comments, we can put it to a vote. Councillor Peterson, are you still with us? Uh-oh. Okay, there you are. And you can hear us, Councillor Peterson? Can you wave if you can hear us? Okay, good. So we have the motion on the floor, which Councillor Montgomery made, containing the number 20, and I'll call the motion. Oh, Mr. West would like to jump in.
Please, if I could offer a friendly amendment. I shouldn't.
You can offer your advice.
Advice, please. Not Alberta Public Health, Alberta Health Services, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Does Alberta Public Health even exist?
No.
Oh, there you go. Yes, I will accept that amendment. Thank you. Makes me look better. I didn't write these amendments, by the way.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Montgomery. All in favor? Okay, we have 4 in favor, opposed, and 4 to 3, so that amendment is carried. And we might as well carry on the same way.
Your worship, I'd like to make a motion. That council suspend section 83A of council procedural bylaw number 16-18 and extend the December 2nd, 2020 council meeting till 11:30 p.m.
Thank you. You've got a motion on the floor, council. All in favor? Opposed? Are you opposed?
I voted for it.
Okay, I didn't see your paw go up. Melanie opposed it? Okay, so we have 6. Oh, so it's passed. We'll just steamroll along. Who is speaking to the next one, talking about the Director of Emergency Management?
I'll speak to that.
Okay,
Your worship, this amendment is necessary due to just the previous amendment that you just passed, just to define who the Director of Emergency Management is.
okay, thank you very much. So this is kind of housekeeping then. It identifies who the person. I'll just call the motion if everyone's comfortable with that, unless you want to discuss that one a lot. Pardon?
One question?
We need a motion, sorry. Councillor Sobel.
I'll make that motion, but there's a procedural question here. So this one's 3B. Do all the rest of them just move down a letter, Jen?
Yes, Your Worship, administration can make amendments for grammar and format without council's approval.
Okay.
As long as it does not change the meaning of the bylaw.
Okay, so Your Worship, I'm ready with that motion. I
Okay.
move that council add the following to section 3.1 of bylaw number 20-28 as follows. Director of Emergency Management means the person appointed to the position of Director of Emergency Management or their deputy pursuant to the Town of Strathmore bylaw number 19-05.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the speed reading. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried, and we can move on to the next one. Number 4 on your list. Who is speaking to this one?
I can open the conversation. So I suggested that we change the minimum age to 5. I see an amendment here for 7. So I think it's just the number that's up for debate at this point.
And before we all discuss, I think this is similar to what the school divisions are doing as far as mask wearing. So this might be an easy amendment for us to roll through. Does that make sense to everybody? Councillor Corbett? Is your hand waving?
Yeah, it does make sense to me. It was me that said, I believe Golden Hills has kindergarten to grade 3 as optional. So that was my suggestion, just based on consistency in our community.
Okay, thank you for weighing in. So do we need that motion read again then, this amendment?
I can read it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Montgomery.
Did we clarify the number?
Well, I can read it as 7, I guess. So I will move that council amend section 5.1A of bylaw number 20-28 to read as follows. Section 5.1. Section 4 does not apply to A, children under 7 years of age.
Thank you very much. Now that we have a motion on the floor, is there any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Gotta wait till you have something to say. I thought you guys were voting too soon. Councillor Sobel and then Councillor Corbett.
I'm going to lose this battle, but I think it's important to note that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, as well as the Perinatal Services of BC, the Government of Canada, all give the okay to masking of children over the age of 2. I think 7's too old. And I appreciate that there's the schools there, but we're in a different scenario too. We're in stores and public places. I just really would feel a lot more comfortable if we reduce that to 4 or 5 years old. There's spread being recognized with 7-year-olds. It's if we're going to be talking about safety, I mean the schools have their own system in place for control. That doesn't happen at the local IGA. So I can't support 7. I find that's too old. Thank you.
Councillor Montgomery, how do you feel about the number 5?
Well, so I actually suggested 5 because that's the number that Airdrie has in their bylaw. So it's not unprecedented. I would leave it up to council. It was her Councillor Corbill's suggestion. So if she's willing to amend that, I'd be willing to amend that as well.
Okay, so you have a motion on the floor, so would you accept a friendly amendment to change the number to 5 from 7?
Yeah, like I'd like to hear from Councillor Corbill as to like where she kind of stands on it, but
Okay,
I'm
then I'll
fine
go to
with
you
5.
right after. So we'll go to Councillor Corbill for your views on that, since this was your amendment idea, and then we'll go to Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Worship. This is not my hill to die on. I was just trying to be consistent and actually be 8 years old with the schools anyways, I believe. But so it's really fine with me. I just thought 2 years old was a really young age for kids to, and for them to keep a mask on. I know I struggle with Denver and he's 4. So that was my only point is this is more than fine with me.
Okay, well, Councillor,
So yeah, so I'll amend it to 5 then.
okay, and then I'll go to Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Worship. I'm fine with 5. I also had this amendment in there. I wasn't clear on an age. I think 5 was actually my number as well. I am a mother that has had 4 children in a shopping cart, 5 and under, and there is no way I could have kept a mask on 2 of my children. There's just no way. And that just means I'm susceptible to a fine because I can't keep a mask on all 4 of my children. I'm not in favor of that, but I will support 5.
Okay, thank you for that. I have a message here from Councillor Peterson. Her microphone has gone out, which might be cause for celebration. But anyway, she wants to say that she's been subbing for the past 2 weeks, and K-3 children in the school have been wearing masks except while at their desk. But we have a motion on the floor for the age of 5 as far as this. So I'll call the question. All in favor of Councillor Montgomery's motion? And we're unanimously in favor. Hooray for us. We can go on to the next one. Who
Your
is?
Worship, I have a question, please.
Councillor Bauer.
There was actually a note under my amendments to go back to 4G, public premises. Would I be able to kind of back up a little bit and go back to that item? It's under definitions and interpretations, G.
And it's under item 4?
No, it's actually back in 3.1.
Okay.
Public premises means all or part of a building, structure, or other enclosed area to which members of the public have access as of right or by express and implied invitation, but excludes any premises for which there is a, oh my goodness, where's the rest? Enrollment or membership requirement in order to assess it. I would like to ask, please, if I could have some assistance in this, because we did receive, or I personally and other councillors may have received a note from the Legion and from the Happy Gang saying that there were a number of different people that were not wearing masks in both of those places. I understand that those places do consider membership, and in the other instance, a non-profit association, but they all, well, the Happy Gang is part of town. It's a town facility. So what I would like to add as an amendment, I would like to add town facilities and buildings, town offices, facilities, and lease spaces owned by the town, including the library, into this G 3.1. And if I may speak to that, I think that as well as education being our top priority and modeling proper behaviors by our own town staff first, before we expect others to comply, I think education and prevention need to be added as part of a means in which curb the spread of COVID and the purpose of this bylaw. So I would like to add town offices, facilities, and lease spaces owned by the town.
And can I just clarify, we have a policy in place for town staff in our buildings?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is just a regulation from myself as to what the requirements are. But town facilities are public facilities.
Oh.
They will be covered.
The question came to me from the library and the library board, which it is considered the staff. It is a town building, but it's staffed by separately.
But it is a public facility.
And so they would all be included.
Yes, they would be.
So there's no reason for us to include town buildings,
No,
staff, or
none.
facilities in
No,
this
because
bylaw?
they are all town or public facilities.
Counselor?
So Councillor Bauer's point raised a point for me, and forgive me if you've already this was your point, but so like in a place like where there's like a private membership, so the Happy Gang, for instance, I believe is kind of a membership. So they are in a town building, but they are a private membership, where like, and so we exclude private places, or like where you have to have a membership to get in. So just for clarity, would they be expected in a place like the Happy Gang to wear it then? Okay.
Through the chair to Councilor Montgomery, it's still a public building.
Okay.
It's not a, so yes, it would fall under.
And sorry, and so like the Legion as well, because they are membership based.
They are membership based, that's correct.
Yeah.
But it's still a public building.
Okay.
Public can go in there and sign in or be signed in. It's not exclusive to the people that are just Strathmore Legion members.
Okay.
And they also sort of also a whole bunch of other regulations and restrictions apply.
Okay.
And the Legion is specifically mentioned in some of the recent ones.
And so the membership thing, that's more like, say, like a gym or something like that.
Karate club.
Okay.
You can do all that stuff, but
Okay.
you still fall under all of the group restrictions and limitations.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm
going to
Council-
withdraw my amendment because there's been clarification
Okay.
on that, and there's
Okay.
no reason to further discuss it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So we can move on to the next one that was in our emails. If I can find it now. Who is speaking to this next one?
So this next one is mine as well. And so,
Can you tell us what number you're on?
yeah, so it's number 5 on the list of possible amendments. And it has to do with section 5.1.
Oh.
And it's basically just an exclusion. And so I'll make the motion, I guess. So I move that council add the following section, or the following to section 5.1 of bylaw number 20-28. Section 5.1 reads, section 4 does not apply to, and then this would be number or letter H, employees of a business who are able to maintain distance from other employees and or customers. So basically the idea is I just want to make sure it's clear that, if we have 2 people who are in an office space, or more, but they're able to maintain a good distance, that they would not be expected to wear a mask under this bylaw.
Okay, so we have a motion. Have you made a motion?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right, I was a little confused there. So now that we have a motion on the floor, is there any discussion concerning the concept of being able to maintain distance from other employees? Anybody have any comments on that? Councillor Peterson, are you still with us? Councillor Sobel, I think I saw you wave your hand. Sorry, you're muted again?
Dang. It kind of defeats the whole philosophy of what this is about. And that's the problem I have. In addition to the fact that it says maintain distance, I think if we're going to maintain distance, there should be a prerequisite to name how much distance, which is pursuant to the Alberta Health Services recommendations. But I just find this contrary to the whole philosophy of why we're doing this, and that is for people to be masked in public places. Yeah, I just it's an exception that I don't think should be an exception. These are people, things change very fast in stores, and best intentions are not always the most successful. So We want people to be safe, and to do that, everybody's got to get on board. You know, this is for everybody, not just a few. Thanks.
Any other comments from councillors? Councillor Peterson, are you still with us?
Yes, Your Worship. I don't know if she is.
My only comment, and I'll go to you, Councillor Cox, is this one worries me a bit because it feels like, to me, it feels like it weakens the bylaw a bit, and it kind of gives businesses some wiggle room that I worry they might say, oh yeah, we have plenty of distance. So I worry about this one a bit, but I'll go on to Councillor Cox.
And sorry, for Your Worship, actually, I like Councillor Sobel's idea, actually, and I would like to amend my amendment to actually say 2 meters distance.
Okay, so he's going to, did you hear that, Councillor Sobel?
Not.
Councillor Montgomery said that he would accept a friendly he would welcome a friendly amendment to specify a distance of 2 meters between employees.
Yeah, it was just a word of advice. I'm not making that friendly amendment because I don't agree with this amendment to start with. So I don't think it'd be right for me to try to make it better. But I'm sure somebody else will be happy to.
Okay, so are you going to change your amendment then to dictate a distance of 2 meters?
Yeah, I'll I like the idea of actually saying 2 meters, because that is what is recommended. And so that, like, to Councillor Sobel's point, it's better than just saying maintaining distance. That's a bit, open to interpretation.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Cox now.
Yeah, I'm just confused because in 4.1, we say that you have to wear a face mask unless the person is separated by other persons by an installed screen, shield, or barrier. Could we not add that to there? Does it have to be 5.1 exemption?
You would have to have a motion then to amend 4.1.
Yeah, okay.
So I guess we can come back.
It doesn't matter. I'm fine.
Okay.
I don't disagree with the point. It's saying the same thing essentially.
Okay, and then I'm the reader for Councillor Peterson again, and she says, I cannot support the change for the reasons already stated. So we have Councillor Montgomery's motion on the floor, and if no one else wants to speak, I'll call the motion. All in favor? Oh, Councillor Corbeil.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm actually not sure where we're at. If we're gonna have to change one, I'm lost, actually. Are we doing this amendment and then would we go back? Is that what they're trying to do?
Well, I think Councillor Cox is not saying that, but Councillor Montgomery weighed in and thought that, if you've approved this amendment in 5.2, no, not 5.2, 5.1, then 4.1 kind of contradicts it, or at least doesn't support that one. So we may have to clean up 4.1 as well. Is my thoughts. Is that what you were thinking too?
No, I feel like my amendment is just in addition to that.
Oh.
Yeah, and I think Councillor Cox was just saying it could be placed in that same.
Okay.
one.
All right. So you're not worried that 4.1 speaks against 5.1? Okay. Councillor Peterson, are you able to speak now? No. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor which includes 2 meters distance. All in favor? Opposed? So we have 4 opposed and 3 in favor, so that amendment is defeated. Thank you, council, for slogging your way through those so far. I will find the next one. You're going to speak to this one, Councillor Cox.
Yes. So this is my amendment. It is to remove 5.3, which states an officer has the discretion to request proof of an exemption set out in 5.1. So the exemptions we just spoke to. And the reason I'm asking for this to be removed is because proof of some of these exceptions are extremely hard to do, first of all. The first one being, how do we prove that a person has an underlying condition? And that's extremely hard. If you're saying we do have to have proof, then what we are doing is actually causing more harm, because we're now flooding the doctor's offices with a bunch of people that need to get proof of their underlying condition. And I think that completely goes against what we're trying to do here. So that's my main reason for removing 5.3. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Corbeil wanting to jump in, and then Councillor Montgomery.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just to state that Alberta Health Services states on albertahealthservices.ca that it is likely not feasible to require medical proof for exempt status, and doing so would create a significant burden for healthcare providers and individuals who identify as requiring exemption. That was my big reasoning for this as well.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any other comments from councillors? Councillor Bauer?
I was just going to ask, if I may, please,
Sure.
Your Worship. I was just going to ask Chief West why he put that in, that we should ask people for proof. It seems to go against a lot of what we're being told, not only in the media, and open us up to possibly being sued, or put people in a difficult position where they're almost walking out of the door and taking a chance, if they have a medical exception, that they will be targeted by another person.
Some excellent points, Councillor, through you, or through the chair to you. Much of the rationale behind this was driven based on what we saw in other municipalities with their newest bylaws, and some of the experiences that they shared as they went to this clause in their bylaws. I think Airdrie was the one that was one of the most recent, and they referenced us directly to this as you should have this. There was some tongue in cheek. Everybody has an exemption if no one has to prove they have an exemption. But the reality, some of the realities are, with this, people know that they could be asked. So it's not going to affect any of the good people or any of the people that actually have a medical condition, because they've already gone to their doctors in most cases and identified those exemptions, and the doctors are treating them because they have those medical conditions. So it wasn't felt that this was meant to be invasive. It was meant to enforce the rigors of the bylaw, that you can't just use an excuse that may or may not be true. Like, I won't go to the medical stuff, but we're not going to ask anybody if prove they're not 5 years old. Right? That's not going to happen. If you say that they're 4, they're 4. If you clearly are, if you have an oxygen tank and you're carrying it with you, or you're pulling it behind you, you have a medical condition that inhibits your ability to breathe effectively. Some would say, well, then you should find another way to get the services at your grocery store or do those things. But for mental health, people need to get out as well. So our officers are well trained, and they won't use that unless they feel that someone is being blatantly disrespectful, or we come across someone who is habitually flaunting or breaking the bylaw.
Yeah, I can certainly see where Chief West is coming from, and that's like, as part of having a proper bylaw, you want to have kind of it to be as tight as possible and not have kind of exemptions where people, are able to just
Jason.
kind of on a whim, just kind of basically skirt the bylaw. And
Can't hear.
Oh, he's having trouble hearing? Does that make sense?
Okay, I'll talk a bit louder. Is this better?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry for the people at home. So to Chief West point, I certainly understand where he's coming from, and I agree that you want to have a bylaw that has is not going to be giving people outs for kind of unreasonable circumstances. My only issue is that I do agree, and it's based on kind of what I've I like Councillor Corbeil said, based on what Alberta Health is saying, and then even just when I've done some research and seeing what other people are recommending surrounding this. It is true, like there are certainly some medical conditions where it would be easy to identify or even easy for a doctor. Like it's possible that the patient or the person could go to their doctor and then get that doctor's note. But what I was reading is that even doctors are saying that you might have a person who has some other issue that maybe is not well fleshed out or identified already by the doctor, and it could even be something to do with like something like anxiety even, so maybe they haven't kind of gotten professional help for that yet, but nonetheless it is a real consideration. And so and the articles that I've read, they talk about just kind of the worry about not necessarily flooding, but kind of using up more doctor time unnecessarily, and so that's kind of my only concern. And I of course would hope I actually when I was going to be suggesting an opt-in bylaw for businesses, I was actually thinking that it would be more reasonable to not have exemptions for medical purposes, because at least with an opt-in bylaw, then it's it's kind of up to the person to go shop somewhere else, and there is that opportunity. But when it's a blanket mandate, then they don't have that opportunity, at least within their community. So I do want to protect medical exemptions for those reasons, and I don't want to burden our healthcare system further by having people having to get medical proof of some sort. However, though, if for the people that do need medical exemptions, next time you are at your doctor's office, it would definitely help, just to, maybe if you could get something to identify that, just so that if somebody does report you, it'll be that much easier for you to kind of, deal with that person at the time. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll go to our newest staff member, and I've just lost your name. Paul, thank you.
Paul, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to point out that in 5.3, an officer has the discretion to request proof, not demand proof. So in that sense, it is simply a request. It is not a demand that proof must be given at that time. It is simply an opportunity to invite some form of proof, which could verbally be a response from that individual to say, in fact, I have a condition, and so on from there. So I just wanted to sort of lay it out in those terms. It's not a demand, it's simply a request.
Thank you for that. And I guess I think like a high school teacher, and I think in terms of how people might try to circumvent some of the rules. And I know that I've taught guys who would roll into Walmart as a group of 4, and they'd come in with no masks. And then if you don't get to say, okay, you guys seriously have a medical reason to not, like, I just worry about the weakest links of a bylaw. So I would be in favor of allowing a bylaw or peace officers to use their discretion, and I'm sure they have their own spidey sense to figure out who they might ask if they need to, if they have an exemption from the mask bylaw. Are there any other comments from councillors? And I don't think so. I will call the question then. All in favor of that amendment to the mask bylaw? So we have 4 in favor, opposed? And it is passed 4-3. So we'll go on to our next one. And who is speaking to that one? That's 6.1. It deals with section 6.1 of bylaw number 20-28. Talks about enhanced status of proprietor may prominently.
Okay. So I can speak to this. There was concern from a number of businesses about, and I personally agree with this. Just the idea of threatening a business who is not displaying a sign. Especially for something that's kind of a community-wide bylaw. It was compared to me, similar to like, having everyone having to post a sign on their lawn, kind of about a certain bylaw. And so I would rather make it so that, I believe most businesses will display these signs. I just don't want to do it, have them doing it under a threat, essentially. So this change, and I'll make the motion, the council amends section 6.1 of the bylaw to read as follows. During an enhanced status, a proprietor may prominently display a sign in the form and containing the content set out in Schedule A in a location that is visible to a person immediately upon entering the indoor public premises and/or public vehicle. And yeah, so like I said, it's just changing it from a threat to just not a threat, essentially.
Well, and I think you and I spoke briefly about this at one point. I think if we do have a townwide mask bylaw, that comms will get out to everyone, and everyone will know that all public indoor places have that mask bylaw. So I do understand the move towards using the word may post the sign. Any other comments from councillors? Councillor Sobel. You're on mute. You've muted. Yep.
Yeah. I really think that a lot of stores would prefer to have the sign in there, which is their may, but I think it should be required, and it's to their advantage. It's mostly to the store owner's advantage. I think it would avoid some confrontation and some issues. Very, very seldom do I miss seeing somebody walk up to co-op, stop at the door because they got that big sign, turn around and go back and get their mask. It alleviates more issues than is that this is this is education and information. When we put signs in front of our businesses saying, "Hey, you need a mask to come in here," it's just a courtesy, is all it is. And it brings in this "we're all in this together" scenario that I think is important. Business owners have to understand that they're part of this game. They're part of this effort that we have to reduce COVID. And if it means putting a sign in front of their property at 6 or 7 cents a piece of paper, then I don't think it's too much to expect them to do that. It shows togetherness, and it shows support for the program. So I'm also curious about what Chief West would say, or Dem would comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. West.
So a couple of things, Your Worship, with regard to this amendment. Lots of times you avoid the word may because it is not a prescriptive word. You shall or will. And there's a reason for that. When you use a discretionary term like that, you open up an opportunity for conflict, even when you're trying to educate, because the individuals who have entered the business, and even knowing that this bylaw is in place, when a community peace officer or municipal enforcement officer goes there, they can deny being asked, and they can say that there's nothing that tells me I have to wear a mask. So they can, for all intents and purposes, turn around and say that the business owner's not telling the truth, and it just creates conflict where we want to enter and do education. And if need be, based on how the interaction occurs, do financial education. But without the sign, it changes that dynamic.
Thank you for your input. Any other comments from councillors? Councillor Corvia?
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick one or whatever. I don't think it's a lot to ask a business to put up a sign. I think communication is huge, especially nowadays. I'm all for that. We're not making them enforce the bylaw, but we are having them communicate it. So I am fine with the sign. I just hope that our peace officers would be a little bit forgiving in some of our situations where I know doors are opening and closing, and Scotch tape in the wintertime probably doesn't work that well. So that is my only 2 cents.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm assuming Councillor Peterson is with us. Okay. So I guess if you're in favor of this motion, then you're in favor of changing that word from must to may. So I guess I'll call the motion. All in favor? Okay, all opposed? And so we have, that motion is defeated by a score. It's a teacher by a score of 5-2. Okay, the next one.
Who's keeping?
Who is speaking to the next one? It deals with section 7.1 of bylaw number 20-28.
This one, does it not seem like it just goes with that one we've already changed, that, Jennifer, that you guys added the dem and the 20?
Yes, Your Worship. So it's, now that the previous amendment was made, this one needs to be made as well. The only thing is I would change that Alberta Public Health to Alberta Health Services.
Mr. West?
If I may, I would recommend or ask that council consider, instead of the way I read this, it puts the weight on the dem. And the purpose of a bylaw is to speak to the community. The purpose of a state or local emergency, or my recommendations to council for direction as a dem, are something separate. And again, with it being a policy of council, this bylaw, my recommendation is that it's CAO or designate. I being the dem being the designate of the CAO, and not directly speaking to a downline employee of the organization versus the only employee of council.
Can I ask a question, Your Worship? Does it have to say CAO or DEM? Can it just say the provisions of this bylaw may only be enacted if the number of active cases of the COVID-19 in Strathmore are reported by Alberta Health Services to be 20 or more? That's my motion.
All right, so we have did everyone at home hear that? Did the councilors at home hear that? You want to hear the motion again?
Yes, please.
I move that we change 7.1 to read, the provisions of this bylaw may only be enacted if the number of active cases of the COVID-19 virus in Strathmore are reported by Alberta Health Services to be 20 or more.
Thank you. And just for clarification, I guess if councilors are not comfortable with that number of 20, that might affect the way you vote on this one. Is that true? I'm getting confused as the evening goes on. Okay, is there any more discussion on that? Thanks. Okay, any more discussion on that? Then I'll call the question. All in favor? We have 4 in favor, opposed? And that motion is carried. And that brings us to item number 9, which deals with section 8.2 of the bylaw. Have we gone on to number 10? Sorry. No, we're on this one, right? Talks about 14 consecutive days. So is anyone speaking to this one? Councilor Montgomery.
Thank you. I will move that council amend section 8.2 of the bylaw as follows. Section 8.1, if the provisions of this bylaw become operative in accordance with section 7.1, they may only be reverted if the number of active cases of the COVID-19 virus in Strathmore are reported by Alberta Health Services to be less than 20 for 14 consecutive days.
Your Worship.
Jennifer.
Just the correction on the numbering, the first part there should read section 8.1, not 8.2.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Sawatsky. I'll accept that amendment.
Thank you. And now that we have that motion on the floor, for clarity on this one, we've already determined that 20 is the number. So now the main focus is whether or not we're looking at 14 consecutive days.
And Your Worship, can I ask clarification? Can we not move both of them at the same time?
You mean the next one in this one?
Yeah, they're both related, 8.1 and 8.2. Yeah. So can you add, friendly amendment, can you add 8.2 as well?
Yeah, and so I will further move that council amend section 8.2 of the bylaw as follows. And so this would be 8.3, would it? It's still 8.2? Okay. The operation of this bylaw will automatically be reverted 14 days after the number of active cases of the COVID-19 virus in Strathmore, as reported by Alberta Health Services, to be less than 20.
Thank you very much for that motion. Is there any discussion on that motion concerning those 2 amendments? And I'll look at my at-home guests. No? Seeing no discussion or questions, I will call the motion. All in favor? And opposed? We have none opposed, so that motion has passed. And we'll carry on to number 11. And who is speaking to this one? Deals with the fine. Councillor Bauer.
I can do this one. I move that council amend section 9.2 of the bylaw 20-28 to read as follows. 9.2, a person found guilty of an offense under this bylaw is liable to a fine in the amount not less than $50.
And did you want to speak to that motion?
I looked at other bylaws. The only one I could find that was 100 was Chestermere. And I believe that some of the criticism in the public, that means social media and people that have come up to me, have asked whether or not this is an opportunity for us to make money. And I don't want to give that, I don't want to give those optics at all out there. I want to really focus on education, prevention, and awareness. And I think that if there is an opportunity to give a fine, especially for something like a first offense, I think that $50 would be adequate.
Thank you very much. Any other comments now that we have the motion on the floor? Councillor Peterson?
Mayor Fuel, when you referenced Calgary charges that were given against the people that were protesting the anti-masker protest, did you say how much they were fined?
No, I didn't on that one because I believe it was 3 organizers of the anti-mask parade and protest. So I don't know exactly. Maybe Mr. West does.
So that would have been $1,000 or $1,200.
I thought it was $1,200.
Because there's a $1,000 fine plus a $200 penalty or court fee. That's not the exact, but so it's $1,200. But the organizers of that event could have also possibly received automatic court appearance too, and then a judge can go up to $100,000.
And probably 50 for not wearing a mask. Okay, any other comments about that? Councillor Barr?
I just don't think that, Your Worship, that was a very fair assessment. That was a group demonstration, an anti-mask demonstration where people were specifically going up and going against the lawmakers, going against the city officials, and going against the advice by Alberta Public Health. This is a situation where we are trying to, we're not dealing with mass demonstrations. We're dealing with individual people, and I want to believe that there is some goodness still left in Strathmore, and that these are good people that just are needing a little bit of education, and if they do not have some type of medical condition, we can just sway them. This is the way that we're going in this town. And instead of 89 or 90% adherence rate to masks, we want to get as close to 100 as possible.
And definitely.
May I respond, Your Worship? I was not speaking to the motion I was just speaking to the fact that there is a broad perspective of fines across the province.
Yeah.
I saw fines for Edmonton, some of the other cities. I saw what, Tabor has a $50 one, like this is a proposed, but there are many, many different ones. That's the only point I'm making, Your Worship.
Yeah, and Your Worship, with the public health order and the empowerment of the community peace officers, the CPO 1s and 2s, as well as all of the police in the province of Alberta through Justice and Solicitor General's office, they all have that power to fine to that $1,000, $1,200, and court. So our people, our peace officers, 2 of them, Michael and Kevin, have that same authority today given to them by the province to level those fines for something that is similar to that in nature. We're not looking for that. We're looking for motivation and compliance versus making any money on this. But sometimes that's the only way that people will learn is through their pocketbook once or twice.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion on the floor. Melanie, Councillor Corbeil, did you want to say something? Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe that, no, the city of Calgary is $50, and not that it matters here nor there. The other things that I was thinking about in regards to education, it can't just be pumping information at people. The things that I was thinking about doing or trying to do eventually would be like, you can either watch this video or pay this fine or something like that. And the video could be like a moving true story about a COVID survivor or a tour through a hospital or different learning tools in order for people to actually understand what it is that we're going through. I don't think that we would be there yet, but I'm just trying to think of other ways to educate rather than just verbal, because some people won't get it until they see it.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. So seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Councillor Corbeil, are you in favor? So the motion is carried. Thank you. That brings us to item 12, which deals with section 9.3 of the bylaw. Is someone who is speaking to this one?
Your worship.
Jennifer?
Thank you, Your worship. This item, or sorry, this amendment was added to the list, sorry, because number 7 in the amendments list would have removed, section 6. So this doesn't need to be considered. It doesn't need to be considered. If council wants to consider it, they can. But that change doesn't need to be made now. That's what I'm trying to say.
Councillor Montgomery?
So because my other motion did fail, compelling businesses to put up a sign, I would like to make a motion, and I guess I'll do that right now. I'll make a motion that we remove the fine for businesses who do not display the sign. Sorry, go ahead.
Jennifer?
Your worship, effectively, this amendment would do that. So, Your worship, I would recommend that council move forward with the wording of the amendment number 12.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I will move the council amend section 9.3 of the bylaw to read specified penalties for contravening section 4 of this bylaw is outlined in Schedule B of this bylaw. In these sections, specified penalty means an amount that can be paid by a person. You want me to? Who is issued a violation ticket and is authorized to make a voluntary payment without a court appearance. Okay.
Thank you for that motion. Do you want to speak to that motion, Councillor Montgomery?
I'm confused by the motion.
Okay.
I just want to say that business.
That's honest. I've been confused at times. Any other comments from councillors on that motion? Seeing none, then Councillor Sobel, are you wanting to speak?
Your worship, I'm having a hard time hearing anybody now, including yourself. I have no idea what is going on.
Okay, we'll try to ensure that we can get you more volume maybe. Do you need to have that motion read again?
So is this removing the penalty for the signs of owners of businesses?
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, I'll speak to that, and this is further to, and I'm sorry, I can't remember who the councillor was talking about, but this is a discretionary thing. Is somebody was hoping that there would be some discretion used. I think it was Mel in regards to signage, and of course that's going to be the case. But there has to be something available to these peace officers if somebody just refuses to respond to 10 or 15 requests. Eventually, our peace officers become a laughing stock because they have no recourse. So, although I really, really believe that this will seldom, if ever, be used, there has to be a recourse to people breaking the bylaw. And so I can't support doing nothing when somebody breaks our law. There eventually has to be a price to pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. West, would you like to weigh in on this one?
I'll just remind council of what I previously mentioned about the difficulty to enforce. Without a sign, the clients, the people that are coming into the store, there's no clear indication of the expectation that the owner has. And therefore, it could cause conflict in the store between the owner and the individual because there's no sign posted. If the owner wants the masks, them to be wearing masks for the safety of their staff. And it does make it difficult, as Councillor Sobel says, to do active enforcement with regard to the habitual offenses.
So would you say that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I want to word my question correctly. Do you think that having a potential fine would be beneficial to ensure that a majority of businesses would display signage?
I do, Your Worship. I definitely do. I mean, we're not gonna, if they ask us to come and we go and we deal with a member of the public and they don't have a sign up, well, then the education changes from the individual to the business. We're not gonna go, oh, right on, well, now you get a ticket. But if we go back 2 or 3 times, because they're calling us back and they still have not got a sign up, there needs to be some form of a penalty for not supporting themselves in the bylaw.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilor Montgomery, I think you had waved to me, but maybe you're just happy to see me.
I am actually, yeah. I was just gonna say, like, you know, it's if council would prefer to have, you know, some fine, you know, and even just like, you know, if it's reduced, you know, from 200 down to say 50 or something like that, you know, I take Chief West's
We
point.
can't hear your worship.
Okay, we're gonna try to get him to lean into his mic again with his FM radio voice.
Where was I? So I was just saying that if council would prefer, I would amend my motion to maybe reduce the fine from 200 down to something more like $50.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer, do we need to have that amount put into this then?
No, your worship. So the motion should be withdrawn then if,
Because the other
Correct.
the other part of the bylaw already has that.
correct. And then in the, number 14 of the amendments is where you would address the level of fine.
Okay, I will withdraw my amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we move on to item 13, which deals with section 10.1 of the bylaw.
We've done that.
We already did that? Okay. 14. And it deals with Schedule B penalties of bylaw 20-28. Councilor Montgomery, while you're having a sip.
Sure. I will move that council amend Schedule B penalties of the bylaw 2028 to read as follows. And so it'll be section 4, fail to wear face covering where required will be $50. And I'll also also make the amendment of changing the business fine from 200 to 50 as well for my motion. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Councilor Sobel, are you still struggling to hear?
He faded out there. So are we going to, is the amendment to go to 50 on that?
Yeah, the bylaw would stay, the section would stay in place as far as signage and a penalty, but it would go from 200 to 50.
Well, and it's so we're changing both to 50 with this motion.
Yeah, so both are going to 50. Failure to wear a mask would be 50. Failure to post a sign would be 50.
So I do have one question, Your Worship. If I could, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you. If I could ask Trent to comment on that, please.
So, as I previously mentioned, our focus will always be on, initially on education and motivation. So where we have the ability to pivot from dealing with the individual who just didn't know to the business owner who didn't have a sign up. If this ensures that the businesses are required to have a sign up, and we can then spend time working on education of why it's important with the business owners, then that's great. If they continue to choose to not have a sign posted, then they're subject to the penalties as outlined in the bylaw.
Were you able to hear that, Councillor Sobel? Councillor Sobel? Were you able to hear Mr. West?
Are you talking to me?
I just wondered if you even heard Mr. West and his explanation to your question.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have that motion on the floor that deals with section B, and I will call the question. All in favor of that amendment? And we are all in favor, so that amendment has passed. And I want to just double check with Councillor Bauer. Are there any of your amendment ideas that you feel haven't been brought up? I noticed the one at the top of page 2, which talks about the reversion of the bylaw.
I'm okay with that one.
You're
Your
okay with
Worship.
that one?
I am, I would like to make an amendment to Schedule A, please. I would like to just have it at the bottom of Schedule A, that exemptions include children under 5 years of age or persons with an underlying medical condition or disability which inhibit their ability to wear a face covering. And then just under that, if it could please reference the bylaw 20-28. So I would like to have Strathmore bylaw 20-28 to be included on the Schedule A, please. Oh, it's at the top. Huh, okay, didn't see that, sorry.
So we're okay?
Just the age.
Just the age, amendment to the age, thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. So did you all hear that at home? Everybody's okay with that? So we have a motion on the floor then. All in favor? And that motion is carried. So that brings us back to the bylaw. We have second reading, a motion for second reading. We've now passed all the amendments. Many of the amendments have been passed. So we have a motion on the floor to pass second reading for bylaw 20-28.
As amended.
As amended. And I will call that question now. All in favor? Councillor Peterson? I think you're muted. You're muted. Councillor Peterson?
Is there a discussion on the motion, Your Worship?
Yes.
So I would just like to say that I am grateful that Councillor Sobel brought this motion back to council, and I'm grateful that we will have a mask bylaw. But I just want to say for the record that I believe that having that hard number of 20 is that it weakens this. I believe that some of the other amendments here do the same, but I am happy for our community that we will have a bylaw. And I am extremely hopeful that Dina Hinshaw will hear us and read our letter, and that we will soon come under the Calgary measures. Thank you, Your Worship.
And thank you. And if I could add something, and I'm hoping the media is watching still with us, because what we've seen here tonight is that this council has worked really hard together with the administration to come up with the best bylaw that we can have. We've made tweaks to it, we've made amendments to it, and there's a very good chance that it's going to pass tonight. What I'd like the media to possibly get the message out is that there may be councillors who have now changed their vote on the bylaw, and I don't want the community to attack them for making a change, because they did want to make this the best bylaw they could, and they've made adjustments and amendments to make this a more palatable bylaw that will still protect a lot of people in Strathmore. And I know we've all faced attacks. I've got a couple of voicemails and private messages that are pretty strong as well. And again, I said this before, we're regular people caught in a really irregular health crisis. And I just hope the public will support all the councillors who've tried to make the best decision they can for the community's health and safety. And then I'll go to Councillor Bauer.
Your Worship, I just have a question for Councillor Peterson. Did you just thank Councillor Sobel for bringing back this bylaw?
Yes, I did. I think he made the motion. I'm not sure, but I might be wrong. I apologize if I'm wrong. I don't care who brought it back, Your Worship. I just thought that Councillor Sobel was the one who made the motion tonight to bring it back.
Okay.
It doesn't matter to me who brought it back.
Do we need any clarification on that? I think. Okay, thank you. And so now we have a vote on second reading, correct? As amended. All in favor? And we're all in favor. Opposed, sorry. We have one person opposed, so it's passed, it's passed second reading, 6-1. And we're looking for a motion for third reading. Unanimous consent, sorry. So I'm looking for a motion for unanimous consent for a third reading. I'm hoping one of you will make the motion.
I will move that council give unanimous consent for a third and final reading of Bylaw 2028.
Thank you for that reluctant motion. And you've all heard the motion. All in favor? Opposed? That's okay. We have, it's passed. That one has passed, and now we're looking for the final reading.
You can't give final read.
Oh. Wow. Okay, moving along. Sorry, I was a little confused there. So that brings us to, we have no consent agenda. Confirmation of minutes, 7.1, adoption of the November 18th, 2020 regular council meeting minutes.
So move, your worship.
We have a motion on the floor to adopt those council meeting minutes. All in favor? And that motion is carried. There are no tabled items. Item 9, items or reports from administration. 9.1, operations update, December 2020.
Through you, Mr.
Jim?
Mayor, we've postponed that one till January 13th, Committee of the Whole meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Which takes us to 9.2, the Lakewood Arena support letter.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can speak to that one. As you heard the developer here this evening, they're hoping to proceed with the development of a twin sheet arena there. They're just looking for a letter of support. We've made it clear to them that there will be no financial support from the town of Strathmore if we do give them a letter. It's just a letter of support that they're going forward to the financiers and the developers with.
Thank you very much. Councillor Montgomery.
Thank you. I will move that council provide a letter of support for Devmore Developments for the development of an ice arena in Lakewood Meadows.
Thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion or comments on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that motion is carried, which brings us to item 9.3, Delta Force Paintball. Mr. Legore? Oh, sorry, Mel.
Thank you, Your Worship. The information concerning this request is within the report. Does council have any questions on the report?
I don't have any questions. Are there any questions from councilors on this item?
I'll make
Councilor Ballard?
Thank you, Worship. I move that council authorize administration to waive 50% or $2,500 of the 2020 lease payment due and amend the due date for the balance of the 50% to July 1st, 2021 from Delta Force Paintball. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say July? June 1st. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that motion. You've all heard the motion. Is there any discussion on it or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? And that motion is carried. Which brings us to committee reports, 10.1, reports from councilors from committees in which they sit, page 51.
Your worship,
Councilor Peterson?
I would move reports as they appear in our minutes, or in our package, your worship.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah. Yes, I'll call the motion. All in favor? That motion is carried. I'm just a little confused, but that's okay. Item 11, items directly related to council. 11.1, Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities.
Your worship, I'm prepared to ask for, to move that to the January meeting, your worship.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll put it off to January 20th. Thank you for that. Which brings us to 11.2, council committees and alternates.
Your worship. Sorry, can we please have a motion to postpone that matter to January 20th, 2020?
Thank you very much.
The only problem I have is that I'm not listed as a Badlands representative right now, and they're having meetings, and I need to just have my Badlands.
Sorry, your worship, I was in relation to item 11.1.
Yeah, and I would move that motion, your worship.
Okay, so we have a motion to postpone the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities motion until January 20th. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Now we go on to 11.2, council committees alternates, page 66.
Your worship, I'm prepared to let the matter of alternates be postponed until January 20th. However, I would just like to in some way get a motion so that I can have my Canadian Badlands added to one of my committees.
Jennifer, and then I'll go to Councilor
Oh,
Montgomery.
I was just going to make the motion.
Okay, Jennifer?
I
Okay, so we can make that motion?
Yeah, I will move that we add Councillor Bauer as a representative for the town of Strathmore to the Canadian Badlands Association.
And postpone alternates.
Sorry, what?
And postpone the alternate discussion until
and-
January 20th?
Yes, and further, we will move that we postpone the alternates agenda item until January 20th.
Thank you very much. Have you all heard the motion at home? Then I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion is carried. And that brings us to item 12.1, bylaw number 20-25, nonprofit organization tax exemption bylaw. And Mr. Titi, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the September 16th council meeting, council requested that administration bring back for council consideration bylaw to exempt the Strathmore Golf Club from property taxation. Bylaw 20-25 is a bylaw that can be used for other nonprofit organizations as well. Does council have any questions on the report?
Any comments or questions from council? Councillor Corbeil?
I'm ready with the motion.
Thank you very much.
I move the council give first reading to bylaw number 20-25, nonprofit organization tax exemption bylaw.
Thank you for that. You've all heard the motion. All in favor? That motion is carried.
I will move that council give second reading to bylaw number 2025, nonprofit organization tax exemption bylaw. Pardon me.
Thank you. We have a second motion for second reading, and Councillor Cox has a question.
Just have a question.
Yes.
This is for all non-profit organizations, correct?
This bylaw is for all nonprofit organizations, with the exception that Schedule A attached is specifically referencing Strathmore Golf Club.
Okay, but it's not only for Strathmore Golf Club. So if another nonprofit came to you and applied, they could be exempt as well.
They could be exempted with a motion from council.
Okay, so this doesn't cover all of them. This is only covering Strathmore Golf Course.
Correct at this time.
Okay.
Thank you. We have a motion for second reading. Is there any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor? And opposed? Okay, we have a motion. That motion has passed. Next one, Councillor Montgomery.
I will move that council give unanimous consent to a third and final reading of bylaw number 2025 nonprofit organization tax exemption bylaw.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor? And opposed? And that is defeated. So we'll move on to the next one. Item 12.2, bylaw number 20-27, fees bylaw amendment bylaw. Mr. Teedy.
Thank you, Your Worship. Revision to the utility rates was an increase of 2% across the board for all utility rates, along with the monthly increase of 25 cents to each of the water, sanitary sewer, and garbage infrastructure reserve amounts, and a 75-cent increase on the storm water infrastructure charge. These increases will preserve the principle of utilities being self-sufficient and not relying on taxation for funding. This is in accord with the 2021 long-term financial plan and in accord with the budget that was passed by council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teedy. Councillor Cox.
Sure, I can do first reading. I move the council give first reading to bylaw number 20-27, fees and bylaw amendment bylaw.
Thank you very much. You've all heard the motion. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Councillor Bauer.
I move that council give second reading to bylaw 20-27, fees bylaw, amendment bylaw.
I would just.
Thank you very much. And now we have second reading. We can have discussion or questions. Councillor Cox.
So Mel, I just wanted to thank you, and I have a whole bunch of people that were phoning me and thanking me for the very little last blurb about unoccupied new homes owned by builders, that they'll now be charged a $40 flat rate. You've made a lot of people happy with that, and I myself think that that's a great outcome. I'd like to take it a step further and also give them a discount or a discounted rate on unoccupied homes with respect to taxes. And so I'd like to put that bug in your ear.
Thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor for second reading. All in favor? And that motion is carried.
I will, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Thank you. I will move the council give unanimous consent to a third and final reading of bylaw number 2027, fees bylaw amendment bylaw.
Thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor for unanimous consent for third and final reading. All in favor? And that motion is carried. Councillor Corbeil, did you have your hand waving? No? Councillor Cox.
I move that council give third and final reading to bylaw number 20-27, fees amendment bylaw.
Thank you very much. We have that motion on the floor from Councillor Cox. All in favor? That motion has carried, which brings us to urgent business. I don't think we have anything. And I have 14 questions between councillors. Mr. Legore, you have one? We do?
The water administration bylaw.
Oh, wait, sorry. That's true. Sorry, I just missed that one. So yes, we're now on bylaw number 20-26, water administration bylaw. Thank you for that, Mr. Legore. Mr. Teedy.
Thank you, Your Worship. With the implementation of the 2020 capital budget project providing meter reading remotely from the town tower, significant efficiencies have been created. The ability to read the meters remotely from the tower will provide for a savings in manpower. It also provides for the opportunity to do all the billings on the same monthly schedule for the whole town. The changes in this bylaw provides for the adjusted scheduling that was contained in bylaw 12-06, which is being repealed. Does council have any questions on the report?
Any questions for Mr. Teedy from council? Councillor Bauer?
I move that council give first reading to bylaw 20-26, water administration bylaw.
Thank you very much. You've all heard the motion. All in favor? That motion is carried.
I will move the council give second reading to bylaw number 2026, water administration bylaw.
Thank you. Now that we have a motion on the floor for second reading, is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that motion is carried.
I will.
Councillor Montgomery.
Thank you. I will move that council give unanimous consent to a third and final reading of bylaw number 2026, Water Administration Bylaw.
Thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? And that motion is carried.
And I will move that council give third and final reading to bylaw number 2026, Water Administration Bylaw.
Thank you for that. And all in favor? And that motion has carried. I see everyone at home now. So thank you. We have no urgent business now, and we're on to questions between councillors and or council statements. 14.1 is Councillor Sobel.
Thank you, Your Worship.
And did you also have a question that you wanted to add to?
I did not. Just two statements, Your Worship, and a possible motion. The first one deals with the fact that our heart of our communities are volunteers. Recently, Marlis Lean was presented with a certificate of appreciation issued by the 2020 Stars of Alberta Awards Committee. Marlis has been very active in both the past and the present, having been involved in the 55-plus summer games, the Christmas hamper campaign, victim services, the rodeo, and charity golf tournament organization. Presently, she is the main organizer for a fast-growing pickleball group and is also the president of the Strathmore Regional Victim Services Society. Marlis exemplifies the spirit of volunteerism in our community, and I wanted to publicly thank her for all she does for our town and to congratulate her on receiving this certificate. My next point deals with Alberta. It continues to be the only province in this country that does not have a provincially mandated masking bylaw for indoor public locations. Although I'm grateful that our provincial government continues to support wearing face masks when in public, when we are unable to maintain 2 meters distance to others, and when people are in shared indoor spaces with those outside your immediate household, I continue to believe that we are past the time for suggestions and recommendations. Of course, the provincial government recently mandated the use of masks in the Edmonton and Calgary area. I'm concerned that so many other areas were not considered. The Premier's argument that mandatory masking is unfair due to the fact that those, and he highlighted members of the farming community, in remote areas could never be convinced to abide by the law is concerning to me. This is the age of travel, and as Albertans, even those in remote areas, we travel regularly to nearby shopping districts. This is how this virus spreads, and no location should be considered safe. One of the constant messages I have heard from every level of government is that we're all in this together. And to be honest, given the inconsistency of the rules as they pertain to this virus, it does not feel like we are. Many members of this council have indicated support for the use of masks, in theory, and as one way to limit the spread of COVID-19. I'm therefore recommending that we forward correspondence to Premier Kenny with copies to Minister Shandro and MLA Ahir, indicating our support for a provincially mandated face mask law. And I would move that a letter be forwarded to Premier Kenny with copies to Minister Shandro and MLA Ahir, indicating this council's support for a provincially mandated law focusing on the need for face masks in all indoor public premises and or public vehicles.
Thank you very much for that. And so you did make a motion, did you not, as far as that letter? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. You've all heard the motion. All in favor? So we have a motion on the floor. Is there discussion? Councillor Montgomery?
Yeah, like as much as I, support the idea of wearing masks, and especially wearing the right mask in the right way. I would hate for some other community in, some other faraway part of Alberta to be telling us how to do things. And I wouldn't want to, try to tell other communities, especially ones that are farther away, how to do things. So I unfortunately can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Councillor Bauer?
This is something that I've been saying for a while, and although I do agree with Councillor Sobel, I also realize that there are other means to go about this with a little bit more weight than just Strathmore putting their their vote behind what would be a provincial-wide mass bylaw. I think that it may be more beneficial for us to go through AOMA and get a coalition of a number of different municipalities. And I think that that would be carry a little bit more weight and be another way that we could go at this so that we are not sending a letter and it's falling on deaf ears.
Thank you for that. Councillor Peterson?
Your worship, I would just like to say that time is not on our side. So the AUMA issue is certainly just not a possibility in terms of this. And I also think that it shows what our compulsion is in regards to this. We are the only province in this nation that has not done this. And I think that it's showing in what's happening in our hospitals and in our bigger communities and certainly in our large urbans. And I think it would be a very, very good statement on behalf of this community, on behalf of the health and well-being of this community, to take this action. And I'm very supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Any other comments from councillors? So we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Oh, you're in favor? Sorry, I wasn't sure. Okay, opposed? So 4-3 in favor, that motion is carried. And the next one, 14.3? 2. This Councillor Peterson? Councillor Sobel?
No.
He did too. Okay, so this is Councillor Peterson. Councillor Peterson, you're muted.
I apologize. On behalf of Strathmore Overnight Shelter Executive Director, Pastor Elizabeth Karp, I'd like to take this moment to thank the Siksika Nation Corporation for their significant, generous monetary donation to the overnight shelter today. We are immensely appreciative for the funds which will be used and utilized for the purchase of much needed equipment and supplies. This is one more example of Siksika and Strathmore's commitment to working together to build a safe, loving, inclusive community for all people. And we are just immensely grateful for the blessing that Siksika has brought to us today. And furthermore, Your Worship, Pastor Karp would like to thank all the many, many kind people from Strathmore and surrounding communities who supported the overnight shelter in a multitude of ways. And SOS would like to especially humbly recognize the parents, teachers, and especially students of Cartha Memorial Junior High School for their clothing drive, and then to Nevin Bear Chief of Siksika Nation for preparing dozens of COVID protection packages for the Strathmore Overnight Shelter clients. And finally, Your Worship, I offer my heartfelt thanks to all the people of this community who over the past few weeks have lent their voices to the promotion of democracy and well-being of our community. And thank you too to our staff for working to protect seniors, and to frontline medical staff, and to teachers striving to keep our communities viable, to the students and parents who are sacrificing to the cause of safety and welfare for all. I'm hugely humbled by what you are doing. And thank you, Mayor, for the messages that you bring every week in your Facebook Live. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Montgomery?
Sorry, if you don't mind, I don't want to respond to that, but I would like to just say something in general, if that's okay. I just wanted to say thank council actually for I felt that that this was a very productive meeting. I thought that we had a very some good respectful conversations, and I appreciated the fact that people were willing to come to consensus and accommodate other people's points of views. So I just I wanted to say that I was very pleased with that. And to the public, I just want to say that please take necessary precautions to protect the health of yourself and your loved ones and your fellow community members. This next period of time is really going to kind of have an effect on our COVID numbers. If people are not respecting the guidance or the requirements to limit social interactions and to maintain physical distancing, that we will see kind of greater growth in numbers, and that could cause problems, including if the numbers get too high, that there will unfortunately have to be a state of local emergency that is declared, and so it benefits and behooves all of us to take the necessary precautions to prevent that from happening, so that our businesses can continue to stay open and people can continue to go about their business as normally as possible. So please take the necessary steps and precautions to protect yourself and the community. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I have a question that also has kind of morphed into the urgent business section, if I can ask that. And my question is a procedural one to Jennifer. We didn't pass third reading for the mask bylaw, but with us all assembled here, how would we go about, or what would we do to go about calling a special council meeting strictly to deal with third reading for the face covering bylaw?
Your worship, the mayor can call a special council meeting at any time, with 24 hours notice to council members. If there isn't 24-hour notice to council members, it has to be done with approval by 2/3 of council in writing.
Okay, so if it's not 24 hours, or if it's more than 24 hours, I can call a special council meeting?
Correct, Your Worship.
Well, then I'd like to call a special council meeting on December 4th to deal strictly with third reading for the mask bylaw.
What time?
Well, again, I'm amenable to whatever time would work. Mr. Legault, I'll turn to you for some input.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask if council would consider holding their special meeting tomorrow at lunchtime rather than the 4th. There's two bylaws that we should give third reading to. Your face covering bylaw is third reading outstanding, and the other one is the tax exemption bylaw, because January 1st is coming up and we want to get it in place for that. I also have a personnel matter that I can update council on by tomorrow. I'm not here on Friday, unfortunately, but if you want it on Friday, I would be able to call in by 2 o'clock local time.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess just again for clarification and procedures, Jennifer, we would need 2/3 majority for less than 24 hours notice. So I can still call the meeting for tomorrow, but if we don't get the 2/3 majority, then I would have to make it for December 4th.
Correct, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up
Sure.
question? May we Zoom? Yes, we have to be here.
Your Worship, we can do the meeting over Zoom. In fact, Your Worship, meetings for council works better if everybody is on Zoom or if everybody is in one spot, pretty much. So Zoom would be acceptable, yes.
Okay, Mr. Legore?
Mr. Mayor, you could ask for a motion tonight for the special meeting tomorrow at noon. And if you get to 2/3 majority, then you can go ahead knowing that that meeting will happen at noon tomorrow.
Okay, is anyone prepared to make a motion for a special council meeting to take place tomorrow at noon? Councillor Sobel?
I am, Your Worship, for a special council meeting tomorrow at noon.
You have to specify what it's for? We have to specify that it's for the mask bylaw and...
To deal with the mask bylaw and the tax exempt bylaw. Mask bylaw being 20-28.
Yeah.
And the tax exempt bylaw being what, Jen?
2025.
2025.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor.
And a personnel matter, Your Worship.
And a personnel matter.
And a personnel matter. That's in camera, Mr. Legault?
That's correct.
Thank you. And we have that motion on the floor now. Councillor Corbeil, did you want to speak to it?
I do. I have a committee meeting tomorrow at noon.
Is there any way that you can miss that committee meeting? Is there one that's more important than another?
Won't be long, Mel.
It'll be very
No.
quick.
SWAT might be done by then too, so it's not. It's a Zoom one as well. That's the only thing, is it would be two at the same time.
Did we specify the time of noon?
I'm a little bit late. Is that okay? Like if my Zoom runs into that?
Could we do 12:30? Would 12:30 work for people? That's better for
And
you?
then that to 12:30.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor for a special council meeting tomorrow at 12:30. Councillor Peterson.
I might have, well, we can zoom in. We'll be done by 1 o'clock, right?
Yes, definitely.
I have a meeting at 1, but that'd be good.
And Jennifer, you'll arrange everything as far as the Zoom meeting? Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor for a special council meeting tomorrow at 12:30, and people will be able to Zoom in. So is there any further discussion on that? All in favor? And opposed? So we've carried that motion. Thank you. And we had 2/3. So the special council meeting is tomorrow at 12:30. And this brings us to administrative inquiries.
Yes.
Deborah.
Hi. I have one administrative inquiry from Councillor Montgomery. I am looking for an indication of what our customer service culture is like. Are we engaging people/businesses from the perspective of using a stick or a carrot? With regards to why a business should get a license, I was hoping for something along the lines of a business should get a license because it will provide such and such benefit to do so, rather than a business should get a license because otherwise they will be fined as per the bylaw. There are services, information that we provide businesses, although perhaps not as many as we could or should, that will help our businesses and community become stronger. I believe it is important that we are striving to provide value for the money we charge our residents and businesses beyond just allowing them to exist. I am wondering what can be done on a broader organizational level to change how we view the job businesses of the town and changing from engaging with a stick to a carrot. What would be the best way to instigate this change? And the response was distributed to council.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion on the response? Councillor Montgomery.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank administration very much for this. And I guess, just to speak to what my question was about, it just has to do with, I want to ensure that we are, as an organization, we're more interested in facilitating, and helping, and providing value for the money that we take in. So when I asked the question to administration about, like, why should a business get a business license, I didn't want the answer to be, well, you get a business license or you're going to get a fine. I want it to be, well, you get a business license or anything that you do with the town. I want it to be, you want to do it with the town because you're going to get this sort of benefit from it, not you're going to get this kind of punishment. So this response is great. So thank you very much, administration. And yeah, I just hope on a broader scale across the organization, we can really, really focus on customer service and really maximizing value. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Montgomery. That's a good way to finish the meeting on a positive, upbeat note. So we have no further administrative inquiries. Then I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Bauer.
I move to adjourn.
All in favor? And that was our